right, and so I think we're back.
We are back, Matt.
Here we go. Sorry about all the audio issues. We called in the brigade of technology
We
people
had
to come and
both of
help
our
us.
techs come in.
The studio went from Rob and I to both Anthony and Andy here helping try and figure out the technology issues. So we are here, and I hope that you all can hear us. And more importantly, I hope that you are ready for what is going to be an exciting next 7-ish hours of Taggart VanEtten coverage. So just while we were gone, I know it was popped in the chat, but I believe Taggart hit the halfway point at 5 hours and 27 minutes for 50 miles. So, yeah, he is just under that 11-hour mark, which is quite a bit ahead of the world record. And you see him on screen right there. Coming through. And so we will show the comparison bar here. So based on
Just
the
one
comparison
1.4
bar
ahead.
that we got 1.42 miles ahead, and that is going to be ever changing. So it's going to be right around 1.5 miles ahead of where he needs to be.
Yeah, exciting stuff. I'm just gonna say, Matt, I enjoyed the impromptu lunch break though, because now I'm fueled up to watch a world record go down on the track.
Yeah, I mean, see, the thing is, Rob, I was born ready to commentate and bring the viewers that story. So, you know, while the lunch break was enjoyable for sure, it wasn't a necessity for me to be able to bring wonderful coverage to the viewers at home.
That's a solid point, Matt. But yeah, it's just it's gonna be a nail biter, honestly, as we get closer, based on where he came out with at that halfway point.
Yeah, and so Shanks in the chat was asking, is that ahead of his record or of the 10:59? So the cool thing is I have both. And so he is right on 10:59 pace. You know, it will update every so often based on his current pace, but he's right on that. And again, it is about 1.5 miles ahead of the world record.
Audio broken up.
Yeah, and so again, his goal of 10:59 or bust is kind of right. That's the line he is currently right on. So he is he's kind of right where he said he was going to be. No one in the chat is saying anything. So again, here, if you were just joining us, this is the Taggart VanEtten 100-mile world record attempt presented by SaltStick, and we are live in Milwaukee, Wisconsin at 6 Days in the Dome here. And so we are, because this race does have multiple events, we are going to have people on the track who started yesterday and are doing the 48-hour event, and then we have a few people. And so we're going to have some people who who started yesterday morning at 9 a.m. Central Time.
Yeah, so ultra running history makes a good point. The results predictor does have him targeting a 10:56, so slowing down by a few minutes, but it's still probably too soon to tell. Yeah, so right now, of course, Taggart's at 55.66 miles. So just under 44 to go. So Taggart continues to plug along at 56.48 miles. And again, folks, we are just working on the audio stuff on here. It seems that breaking records comes with breaking audio. That's just what happens when you're throwing down fast times in the dome. I don't know. All right, so again, if you're just tuning in, this is Taggart VanEtten's 100-mile world record attempt presented by SaltStick.
Christy? Okay.
Quads are worse than your kids.
Yeah, my quads are fired.
Hey guys, I don't know if you can hear me. Taggart is struggling a bit right now, has some cramps, so we'll keep an eye on him coming back around and see. But he's been fighting through some stuff, so we'll kind of wait to see how he feels in this next one. All right, right now we are waiting for Tag to come around. He was doing some walking, was having some stomach issues, it looks like. Can you mute that?
Is struggling a bit right now. Has some cramps. Appreciate you telling me. Yeah.
Did they go around?
Here it comes.
All right, looks like he's picking the pace up. We'll see. All right, well, he is not giving up. All right, he was majorly cramping up there for a minute, and we'll see. He threw up. He got some Coke in him, so not sure.
Ran by and said this will not be the end of you. I'm going to go down and go somewhere today. Yeah, keep it going. Fine.
Well, he's mentally pushing through it. We'll see. I mean, people can make rebounds. I don't know. He seems pretty determined at the moment. All right, he's coming around here. He was pretty fired up last time. Puke and Rally, I see in the comments here. We'll see. He's all fired up.
Come on, Cole, start plugging in. Yeah, it's like crunching. Oh, yeah, like 9 seconds.
Let's go, Nick. Nice job.
Oh, he's on fire. Yeah, just give me a text. Let me know. Say, he needs this. Yeah. It is. So this is that has too much sugar causes a lot of this. They gave me some ginger ale. Yeah, so I would cut way the fuck.
Drink some soda.
Yeah, I do not so much of this. Yeah.
Let's go, John.
I do applesauce. The sword messed him up a ton. That's why I just stay out. But I've seen it work. That's why I say it works.
Yeah, so these two are new to him. These are newer.
I mean, you guys know.
Can you try the different stuff too, like drinking and
No problem.
Do you guys have some ginger ale?
Iron Man. So, okay, this is, okay, here's the, this is make it see. Eyes on. Here's a good call. Good? Yeah. Each time, then if you can push, you can cut. Okay. We just need to have him survive long enough to I want him to make it. Okay. So I don't want to cut him.
Yeah, he just took big swings in this. He says he doesn't think he can stomach one of these right now.
Okay.
Starting with liquid is good. Yeah.
Liquid. Ginger ale.
Yeah.
Yeah. Little sips every lap.
I did that too.
Okay. Every time, even if he thinks you're being friendly, I want you to hit that person.
This guy knows what he's talking about.
Yeah.
I've seen this before. If you need anything, you know where to find me.
So again, we're checking in with the jam cam right now. And Taggart's crew.
All right. Can you guys hear me in the chat? If you can, please comment and let me know. I think you can. Nut butter
Nick
stick.
Curry looking strong coming through.
Oh, nut butter stick. Got it. I did a video. We're back. Okay. Hey guys, little update. Here he is. He's coming on in. Okay, he's coming in right now. Oh, there he is.
We pick it up at any table.
Whoa!
Oh
You
no.
guys want to help?
Oh no.
And it looks like Taggart just went down. I don't know if that was a cramp or he tripped off the side of the track.
That did not look good. Whatever that was. So we are going to try and let him get the attention he needs and keep it on the track here. That did not look good.
Yeah, we saw him come in and stop to take a drink, and then it looks like he was moving on, and it looked like he cramped up.
Now, if I don't break the world record for balding
That's the magic pill right there, I tell you.
Yeah. Good. Yeah. Wonderful. He doesn't need a lot. He just needs enough
So
to keep that gut going.
obviously we hope that Taggart is okay, and that he is getting everything he needs.
Is he back out there already?
So it wasn't anything bad? Looks like we have him back out there already.
It's as if it never happened.
It looked a lot worse.
Absolute
I don't know
beast.
what that was, but he looks okay compared to how bad that looked like it could have been.
Yeah, let's listen in if we've got audio from Jamal's camera right there.
Not sweating.
Okay. You're going to make it. You're going to make it. We're going to make sure you make it. You are one.
God, you can do this. You put this so much
I
work.
don't think we
I know how
have.
hard you can work. You just take the bottle with you.
No.
Water will help you too.
One of you can go
To the other stations.
not the medical station, the food station, and see if you can get him some peanut butter. Wait, just plain peanut butter. Yeah.
Again, if you're just tuning in, this
Just
is
come up
Taggart
one
VanEtten, and you are
Clean your
watching
mouth and wash down with water. Next lap.
attempt
Let's
the
go,
100-mile world record, and he is in the pain cave right now.
No, we appreciate that. Do we have knives?
Don't offer it to him.
Shove it down and slow.
He doesn't have the judgment. You know, he wants.
Nick, you need squirrels nut butter next lap? Okay.
Jamil, if you can hear us, do you have any updates for us? Like what actually happened in the last 5 minutes?
You wanted that post race. Those are heavy.
There's too much protein in him. He doesn't
Yeah.
need protein, he needs carbs.
Those are heavy. Those are for after.
23 carbs, 20 calories. What is that goose shit? No, not that? No.
He's had
Okay. Yeah.
too soon.
Yeah.
He needs simple carbs and peanut butter that can be made, but he doesn't know how to make it back, and that's what he needs. That's going to mobilize. Stop.
Good idea. Good idea. Other in this.
Oh, okay, good.
Again, you are watching the coverage here at 6 Days in the Dome. This is Taggart VanEtten's 100-mile world record attempt presented by SaltStick. And as we said moments ago, Taggart is definitely going through a rough patch right now, but determined and pushing on.
Yeah, I mean he was definitely going through a low spot there, Rob, but he's continuing to move forward, and so hopefully he can troubleshoot any issues that he's having. That was one of the themes of the Cocodona 250 was runners being able to troubleshoot issues. I think that the same is going to be able to be true here for Taggart. He needs to be able to solve the problem at hand, and that will kind of determine his success on the day.
Yeah, the margin for error in an event like this, though, compared to a 250-mile mountain ultra it's quite slim, though.
Yeah, I mean definitely there's not a lot of margin for error when you are chasing a world record on a flat track. Every time you stop, you're losing valuable ground and time, but hopefully he can get things right and get back on track. And so as of right now, this is the pace for the world record. So he is currently falling quite a bit behind world record pace now. Again, at one point he was over a mile and a half ahead. Now he's about a half mile behind. But that being said, if you can troubleshoot the issues and solve the problems and can get back on track, he might be able to have himself a late run at it. But he's just got to kind of keep doing his best to move forward and work through what is ahead of him.
Absolutely, Matt. And I've got to second what I know Jamil's seeing out there firsthand. There is a lot of heart out there, a lot of determination. You know, that's just who Taggart is, you know. Such an inspiring individual going after a ridiculous goal.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of race left here, but you know, sometimes when you try hard stuff, you come up short. Sometimes you accomplish your goals. So you're destined to fall on one side or the other, and we'll kind of see how that pans out. But again, hopefully he can kind of get through it.
I mean, he said it in the podcast and the pre-race interview. He's posted on it on his social media. He said he's going out, and he'd rather DNF at the pace that it was in his mind, around 6:30 pace. He'd rather DNF than just barely get a world record. He wanted to go out and lay it all on the line, and that's certainly what's happening today.
Yeah, no, definitely, and I think that speaks to kind of his mindset. Is he's out here to push his limits and to see what he's made of and to test his own mettle and not just to play it safe, you know?
Zach Bitter in the chat is calling for a rally, so we're right there with it.
Mr. Bitter might know a thing or two about rallying in these kinds of events, you know?
Yeah, staying positive is the way to go.
Yeah, definitely have to stay positive. And again, I think that he's going to do his best to troubleshoot the issues and get through it. And again, there are other amazing things happening on the track right now as well, in addition to Taggart's attempt here. And you see him right there on your track in the bright orange Vaporflies. Yeah, so you just saw him go by momentarily. Olivier Leblond, who is the leader of the 48-hour, just crossed over the 300K threshold not that long ago. So got a lot of amazing stories out there. And there you see Nick Curry and Tatiana running by there as well.
That's right, Matt. And Nick Curry he's just continuing to prove that he's one of the most consistent runners out there, especially in these fixed time events. Yeah, so update from the field, Jamil saying that Taggart is working on getting simple calories each lap right now. Yeah, with all that cramping, who knows, there could be a deficit that he's got to make up for, and you don't want to do too much obviously all at once, even if you could at that speed. So it's about getting that balance dialed in perfectly.
And here we have Nick Curry with the one of the two shirtless runners there that you just saw come through on the left. And there in the bright yellow singlet is Marissa Lizak, who is the current female leader of the 48-hour race. And so again, if you are just tuning in, we are about 7 hours in to this coverage right now. Taggart VanEtten going after the 100-mile world record, presented to you by our good friends at SaltStick. He's going through a little bit of a rough patch right now, but again, is trying to get some calories in and get back into the swing of things.
That's right. And of course, Jamil's giving us another update by way of the chat. Taggart's been using some ginger ale combined with Reese's Pieces, and that explains it. I did see the Reese's out there. That's quite the combination. Ginger ale for the stomach, Reese's Pieces for the simple sugars, I'm guessing.
Yeah, that would be correct. Ginger ale.
Questionable on the flavor profile on that, Matt. That's got to not be a good combo.
I don't know if at this point if you care.
Yeah.
I don't know if anything tastes too good, which is why the ginger ale is important. So you got to settle that stomach, you know.
And we are going to get Jamil up in just a second here. And we'll see if we can get a check-in. So once we get him up, he'll just have to unmute his feed, and we'll get him up there. But right now, you are tuning in to Taggart VanEtten's 100-mile world record attempt, and we will get you as much information as possible from the ground as we're working with Jamil, who's quadruple duty, as we've said down there. Photog, live stream, boots on the ground, journalist, and crew for his brother Nick Curry. So
Yeah, I mean, he's just a man of many talents. You know, he's doing it all.
again, yeah. There's Jennifer Summers coming around, and of course, I believe we never did get the name of this guy coming around, but I believe he was the one carrying the full plate of food a few hours ago.
We still have not gotten. We still haven't gotten word on who that was and what was on that plate, but I think that's some necessary information. And there, I believe, right there was Olivier LeBlanc, who it looks like might have a vest on now.
He did switch it up.
It looked like he was there with like a gray or a silver vest on.
He did have the long sleeve blue kit earlier. And again, reminder that the goal, Taggart's goal from the onset was 10:59 or bust, as you can see that hashtag on the top right of your screen, and that's exactly what he's going for. When you say it's or bust, you're going for that sub-11. Otherwise, there's no use in towing the line, and he certainly proved that. That's the way to go.
I mean, sometimes when you fly close to the sun, Rob, you get burned, but you still got to keep going for it.
And that's exactly what he said he was going to do. As we see him come around, I believe that's him. As more runners lose their singlet, it's harder to tell. That was not him. That was Nick Curry. I'm confusing.
No, he is.
He's just behind him now.
Yep.
In the orange shoes, black shorts, sans singlet. That's Taggart VanEtten. Matt, you're able to pull up the progress bar. We'll get that up in a sec, and we'll see how far behind Taggart VanEtten currently is.
That is a lot. a lot behind.
He was that much. He was 1.5 miles ahead, and now he's 1.5 miles behind.
Correct.
In a way, running out of real estate to make up for that time. But, I mean, given the pace, I mean, you might think, well, he's got 30-plus miles left to do so. But, I mean, that's a lot of time to make up.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a lot of time to make up, and it's not the direction things are currently trending. But that doesn't mean that you can't, again, troubleshoot problems and rebound.
Okay. Well, we're going to go live to Jamil in just a minute. And we'll see if we can get it update. So we'll pull it over to Jamil. And there's Jamil Curry. Jamil, can you hear me?
Ultra running, as we all know, there's tough days. There's days that you can fly, and right now is one of those tough days for him. So, as we've seen with other athletes out here as well, and it's all what it's about. So, apologize for the audio issues we've had earlier. We'll try and see if we can get a feedback on for you guys here shortly, and some more updates. But yeah, right now. We do have Dr. Andy Lovey, who is the medical doctor out here. He's an expert been out at a lot of these multi-day events, fixed time events for decades. And he's been over here for quite some time with ideas, checking on Taggart, making sure he's okay to continue. So that's a little update from me. Appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you, Jamil.
And yeah, let me know if you have any questions or anything from the chat.
So currently, yeah, no direct questions for you in the chat, but we'll come back to
Hopefully
you from time to time. Most people were just wondering. Yeah, we can hear you.
Now they can hear me as well. Okay.
No, you should be.
I guess let's throw it back.
Well, you heard it there from Jamil. Taggart is working through some rough spots, but nonetheless, he's pushing forward, and he's got a legend there helping him out, along with his crew. So we'll continue to monitor his speed as he has about 38 miles left. I don't know, Matt. What are you thinking now? At this point with Taggart's about 100K in. What do you think? Is that time? Can you make up that real estate?
Is it possible?
Yeah.
Yes.
For sure.
It's definitely possible. Would I put it in the probable or the likely bag? I don't know that I would go there, but I mean, anything is certainly possible. But yeah, I mean, Taggart was running so fast at the beginning that I definitely wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah. So we will take a look. Another thing I got to point out, though, Nick Curry is currently on 13:45 pace. So that's pretty solid. 13:45, 13 hours 45 minutes for a 100 mile to clarify, not 13:45 per mile.
Yeah, no, I think Nick is just running nice and steady, and very Nick Curry-esque, you know? And I think that's kind of to be expected with Nick. He's gonna run just a nice, smooth race and, you know, stay controlled early on and really push hard towards the end of the run. I mean, that's what he does. You look at his Black Canyon run, right? Like early and into the middle of the race, he was back a little bit and then rolled into third place. So again, if you were just tuning in with us, Taggart VanEtten going through a little bit of a low patch, trying to work through it. As you see Nick Curry there on your screen, the shirtless man who just ran by, who we were just referencing.
And of course, the women's leader, Tatiana Rapinski, was right behind him. And you know what, Matt? Looking at the clock, I think we are about 48 minutes and change away from another turnaround here. Is that correct? Because every 4 hours, the runners change direction. They started in the standard track direction of counterclockwise. Of course, they are running clockwise now, and every 4 hours. So coming up will be a switch, and they'll head back in the counterclockwise direction.
Yeah, I believe you're right that we are just kind of moments away. And it sounds like, based on the chat, Taggart is currently sitting with his crew.
Okay.
So there on your screen in the yellow singlet, again, your ladies 48-hour leader, Marissa Lizak, the 2019 and 2020 Desert Solstice 24-hour champion.
Is that Jamila?
I
believe it is. She is doing 8 days inside this, inside the dome.
believe that was.
If that was Jamila running both 24 hours, and of course on Sunday she'll begin the 6th day. So again, we do have our mobile one cam up here. So up there's Tatiana Rapinski. You can see Taggart has got his legs up.
So we are basically trackside. You're watching Taggart VanEtten sitting with his crew again, trying to work through some things if he can. And I'm going to try to get a bib here, but I believe that was Miss Jamila, and she did the 24-hour Friday. So yesterday she did the 24-hour. She's on the track today for the 24-hour, and she's doing the 6-day starting tomorrow at noon. So she's got a lot going on. As you see Nick Curry come by right there.
And again, as you can see in the background, that is
Good job, Dave.
the man in the moment, Taggart VanEtten. He's with his crew. Of course, since Jamil's is right near there because he was crewing for Nick, and his brother Nick, and Nick's crew table is right next to Taggart.
There you see Tatiana in the romp shirt. Coming by, she is your women's race leader for the Saturday 24-hour. So you saw her come by, as you see Nick Curry come by with a smile on his face. So Nick Curry is just having a time out there. He's given a fast 100-mile he's given a fast 100-miler a go right now. You're seeing Marissa Lizak again. The women's 48-hour leader just goes by. As we are currently taking a look at Taggart VanEtten trying to regroup with his crew. We will try and keep you all updated as we find out what's going to happen with the rest of his day. The world record seems to be a little bit out of reach at this point, but who knows what the rest of the day might hold for Taggart. Vera7 in the chat, was he on record pace before he fell? He was already kind of falling apart at that point. I don't know if he was over or under at that exact time, but he was not trending in the right direction to break the world record when he fell. And again, this is Taggart's first fixed time event on the track here, as we see Nick Curry come by. Taggart's shoes are off and feet are up, so not sure exactly what that means. But we've got Olivier LeBlanc here, your 48-hour leader who just passed in the gray shirt coming through. So I said earlier it was a vest. It was a shirt over the top of his blue long sleeve. And again, we're going to have, at this point on the track, we're going to have both the 48-hour runners on the track right now and the 24-hour Saturday runners, which started this morning. So the 48-hour runners started yesterday at 9 a.m. and the 24-hour Saturday runners started today at 9 a.m. So again, we are watching Taggart VanEtten as he is is off the side of the track with his crew, looking at what's going on. And here is Nick Curry, Aravaipa Zone. I believe Zach Bitter in the chat earlier said he's rocking an Arizona suntan or Arizona tan lines, and that is the truth. He's got some incredible singlet lines going on as he is shirtless here at the Dome, but he is having himself a day. And it looks like we are going closer to checking with Taggart and his crew here. It looks like he's sipping on some ginger ale with his feet up. We got Zach Bitter in the chat here. Cramping is a tough one. There are quite a few reasons it can happen. So when it does, it can be hard to pinpoint and solve the problem. Zach's specifically right. On that. So sometimes it can be electrolyte imbalance. Sometimes it can just be sheer stress on the legs. So it can really be tough to pinpoint to solve the problem. So
Oh, that's an interesting question coming into the chat. JC is now asking Zach Bitter, when is he going to set the 200-mile world record? I'd like to see that go down.
So yeah, now with Taggart spending some time with his crew, that doesn't mean that the live coverage is over, folks. We've got plenty of other storylines to be had here. One that is near and dear to my heart, Rob, is the Nick Curry journey. Nick Curry is still out there trying to grind out a fast hundo. So
And
I think
speaking of the man himself, here he is.
I don't want to say we timed that, but maybe we did. No, but seriously, I think that's one of the fun stories to follow as we continue to bring you coverage from 6 days in the Dome. Brought to you by the fine people at SaltStick. Is Nick's trying to go for a low to mid 13 hour. Earlier he was on pace for I think around 13:45. So he's still crushing. We also have Olivier LeBlanc out there who's over 300K at 48 hours. And so, there's plenty of storylines to be had still, so don't go anywhere. And the gentleman in the hat is who just passed. What was the last name on that gentleman? He had some fans in the chat earlier. That was Walter Orwin from Ohio. So shout out to the Walter Orwin fans if you're still tuning in to us. And I believe that is Miss Jamila coming up, Atlanta's very own, where I lived prior to moving here. That is Miss Jamila. Bib 118, and she did the 24-hour yesterday. Is doing the 24-hour today, and again is doing the 6-day starting tomorrow at noon. And so again, one of the storylines still to be told as we watch it play out is Nick Curry, who is currently in third overall based on this data. I'm not sure if that is fully updated, but he's on the U.S. 24-hour team. Recently won the Alexander County 24-hour just a month or two ago, and had that epic run at the Black Canyon 100K earlier this year. So it's definitely one of the stories we want to watch. He is taking a crack at a quick 100-miler right now. So
is there a kind of race he can't do? Because, like, all of these races you're mentioning, they're completely, one is different from the next. I mean, let's talk about podium at Crown King Scramble. It's a fast, steep 50K. Of course, podium at Black Canyon, which is a net downhill, but again, trail race here in Arizona. Wins a 24-hour event. And now here he is on the track, on pace for a mid 13-hour 100.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what is Nick Curry's kryptonite. I think that might be the question.
I think we just got to have him run Cocodona next year and see what's up.
Yeah, maybe him and Jamil. Well, he's done Hard Rock before.
Yeah.
Maybe
So-
him and Jamil race Cocodona next year.
I think that's what happens.
Maybe that's the storyline that people need for future content, you know? What is Nick Curry? I mean, we do have Zach Bitter in the chat who knows Nick fairly well. I wonder if Zach has any insight onto what Nick's kryptonite is.
Yeah, right on. And again, to Vera7 in the chat. Again, this is not a 400-meter track. It is an oversized track. It is 443.45 meters in the Petite National Ice Center. And again, just off screen is Taggart with his crew. He's still with his crew? Did I miss that?
Yep, he is still with his crew there. As we just saw Nick Curry pass us just a couple seconds ago.
And again, we are about 27 minutes and change away from another direction switch up. They will be moving counterclockwise after this for that 4-hour switch out.
Zach Bitter in the chat. Nick's kryptonite is saying no to a race. And then Vera7. Maybe Nick's kryptonite is actually kryptonite. That might be true, because I haven't seen too many things that can slow Nick down. So maybe he has a little bit of Clark Kent in him, and maybe his actual kryptonite. Maybe his kryptonite is actually kryptonite. You might be onto something there. Zach Bitter in the chat. With that said, his results have been saying no to kryptonite. Yeah. That is true. Brian Baker in the chat. What's going on? Did Taggart fall off pace and stop? Taggart fell off pace for sure. He is currently stopped. We don't know if he is planning to get back out there or not. At this point, I don't think that I think his day might be done, but we have not confirmed that. But he was starting to fall apart, was having some cramps that he was trying to work through, and was kind of falling off pace. So, yeah. So that is kind of the update in the most complete way that we have an answer for right now. But if we do learn any more information, we'll certainly provide that to you regarding Taggart. And right now we're still bringing you coverage, trying to follow along some of the many other stories that are in this race between Nick Curry's big push for a fast 100-miler. We got Olivier LeBlanc, who is leading the 48-hour race, who is he's closing in, I think, on the 200-ish mile mark. Actually, just popped in the chat. LeBlanc is at mile 191. He's still ahead of the pace to break his own American 48-hour record of 262. So thank you so much for providing us with that information in the chat. He's been having a really strong race even since we did the pre-race show yesterday and were able to check in a little bit. So he's still having a really good run and is looking really strong. And one of the many other stories, like I mentioned, is Nick Curry, that man right there with the shirt off running. That he's trying to go for like a mid 13-hour 100-miler, which would be a really good run for him, using it as 24-hour training because Nick Curry is already on the U.S. 24-hour team. So, the storylines are endless. We still have Marissa Lizak, who actually just popped onto the screen there, coming around the bend in the yellow singlet. She is leading the ladies' 48-hour race, and she is also already on the 24-hour world team for the U.S. So the storylines are plentiful here at the 6 days in the Dome. So again, if you are just tuning in or missed the commentary earlier, we aren't 100% sure what is going on with Taggart VanEtten, but he has not left his crew. He's still sitting over there. So my guess is that his day is probably done, which, he said from the beginning he wanted to give it a fair crack, and if he didn't have it, then he didn't have it, and so that's kind of the update that we have regarding that. However, we do have plenty of coverage to come because there are so many incredible stories still left to be told as runners are trying to etch their names in their own history books here at 6 Days in the Dome. So you've got runners going for personal best. You've got Olivier Leblanc trying to break his own 48-hour American record. And so the stories are bountiful.
Absolutely, Matt. And we are going to see if we can get some special angles set up here in a second by way of, well, I guess we already spilled the beans earlier. We're going to see if we can get a indoor drone shot. But right now we are trackside.
And there is the man himself in the gray, Olivier Leblanc, who is still on pace to break his own 48-hour American record. Jacob Moss is also having himself a day in the Saturday 24-hour race, another member of the U.S. 24-hour team. And actually, just on screen, we just saw a gentleman wearing a Seattle Sonics jersey. Shout out to that man. That might have been a Durant rookie jersey. It was number 35. Kevin Durant drafted by the Seattle Sonics before they moved to Oklahoma City. So shout out to that guy. Sonics jerseys always looked really fire.
I'll have to agree with that. It's classic.
For sure. Classic.
And here
classic
we go.
Jersey.
Little laggy on the video, but we do have a drone on the speed skating side of things. On the speed skating lane, rather, inside the dome.
Yeah, and so again, we are giving you a drone tour of what the inside of this building looks like here at the Pettit Center in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, home of 6 Days in the Dome, which is the coverage you are currently watching. And this coverage wouldn't be possible without our friends at SaltStick. That is Taggart's only current sponsor. So shout out to them, and you all can actually try SaltStick, which is an electrolyte company. Basically, the only electrolyte company that utilizes tries to restore the electrolytes that are lost through sweat. So you can use the code World Record at checkout for 20% off at saltstick.com.
That is absolutely right. And we've been popping some of those. I've been enjoying the tangerine flavor, I believe.
Yeah,
I got about tart orange, to be exact. We saw Taggart popping a lot of those throughout his run. I think it's time for another one for myself, honestly. Can I offer you one?
Nah, let me pop one.
Why not? How about two? Two came out.
No, not bad flavoring. Not gonna lie, pretty solid, actually.
I like this one a lot. I had lemon lime yesterday, and that was where it was at.
Well, we do have some lemon lime back there as well.
So we still got a few hours ahead of us, so.
And we do have a discount code for 20% off if we need to order some more for the studio.
We do.
You know, part of bringing live coverage to you, the viewers, is making sure that our electrolytes are in balance as well, you know, so that we can maintain our energy levels throughout the course of this coverage. So, you know, I think we're going to be popping some salt sticks throughout the course of this coverage for sure.
I think we've got enough to get us through, because if we stay on for the remainder of Nick Curry's 100-mile race, then that would just put us where he is predicted at. Let me just get this correct feed up here. $13:45. He's predicted to be. Nick Curry is predicted to run a 13-hour, 45-minute 100-miler. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, Nick is really having himself a race out there. And it's, you know, to be expected with Nick Curry. You know, very consistent. Doesn't have too many bad races.
No, I mean he's routinely on the podium. And like I said, it's from flat trail races to mountainous trail races, track races, road races,
And everything in between.
He just throws down. Super dialed in. The 34-year-old from Scottsdale, Arizona, just has it dialed down to a T.
You know, he's got a pretty good crew chief this weekend as well. Right?
Yeah, I'd say he's got one of the best in the biz.
I'd say he's pretty good, yeah.
There's Marissa Lezak. I believe still in the lead in the 48-hour race. 174 miles in she is. That is, wow. She's looking strong.
She is looking strong. She's been looking strong all day. Even when we saw her last night, she was looking good. And there's Nick Curry blazing by. Nick is having a good one. Looks like he is just enjoying himself.
Yeah, so Taggart's mother in the chat, Val, you know what? Regardless of what the outcome is today for Taggart, the kid has so much heart and determination that I was inspired from the second I talked to him when I interviewed him. So he didn't even have to run today, and I was like, I think he just did more for me in my life than. And I'm not even just saying that. Literally, I have been running every night since I talked to him, because I'm like, I can't take a day off.
That is true. You have been running every night since you talked to him.
Literally, he's 98% of the reason I got a run streak going right now. I talked to him. I was like, wow, I just kind of unlock some kind of the mind game is everything. So just to see him throw it all on the line is absolutely incredible. So that's the big takeaway so far right now.
Yeah, I mean, piggybacking off that, super impressed with his ability or his mindset to go and try and do hard stuff. You know what I mean? I think that's super important. And sometimes when you try to do hard things, you come up a little bit short, and that's part of the process. That's part of life. So I know I'm still super proud of him. Not that means a whole lot, but yeah, I think he did a great job of putting himself out there and going for it. And I wonder who this gentleman is right here. I can't get a read on his bib. But he looks like he's having a really strong race. I wonder if that's Jacob Moss, because I haven't been able to identify him yet on the stream. So if anyone knows what Jacob Moss is wearing, that would be great, because I haven't been able to get his bib quite yet. So again, we are still watching a number of other things as they unfold here. One of which is Nick Curry trying to take a crack at a mid 13-hour 100-miler. And so last we checked, he was at about 13:45 projection, and you can see him right there in lane 2 with no shirt on. That is Aravaipa's own Nick Curry. So he's trying to take a crack, and there you have Miss Tatiana, who I'm not sure her current position. She was leading the 24-hour race earlier today. I don't have an update of her position quite yet, but she was moving a little bit slower than she was earlier today. And hopefully soon we'll be able to get you an update on the women's standings in terms of kind of where everyone is at. And one of the other big storylines is Olivier Leblond, as he is chasing an American 48-hour record, which he currently already holds. So he's trying to break his own record here at 6 days in the Dome, and we are bringing you this live coverage courtesy of SaltStick.
So a lot of you in the chat were asking about Taggart's fall. I'm going to see if I can get the replay video up. We'll give this a try. We did try to cut a replay, so just bear with us. Yes, and this is it here. So this was from around the 100K mark. He came in with the bottle, and it looks like he tripped up, cramped up, and that's when he went down. Again, we've slowed it down for you. Taggart went on the track. And this is when his crew rushed over. He tried to get up, and of course, that many miles into the race. But again, he did continue on to throw down, I don't know, at least 8 or 10 more laps before heading back to the crew chair, which is where he, I believe, currently still is.
And there is Nick Curry again, and I believe we are coming up on a cone turn here soon, in the coming moments.
Yes,
so,
that is good call, Matt. We're close. 31:56. Yeah. So we're about 7 minutes away. And again, here's a look at some of the crewing options. Of course, you've got the classic pickle juice. Great for cramping. Great for mitigating cramping, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically an aid station staple, right?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that? Has that ever been a go-to for you on longer efforts?
No.
No.
I don't like pickles.
You don't have to like them to know that the juice works quite well for cramping.
Yeah.
I downed to 8 ounces once at a 50-miler.
Yeah. No, I mean,
Kind
you're
of
right.
helped.
I feel like there are probably just like other ways I would rather get sodium.
Yeah.
You know?
There is, in the red jacket, there is Jamil getting all the cameras set up because there will be a switch out. There's Nick Curry running past the camera to the left of your screen. And this is a live look on the track in Milwaukee, where the runners from the 48-hour and 24-hour distance continue to push as the end of the race is all about the clock.
And
Not
I
about the
believe that is Jacob Moss.
Yeah, he's just been looking smooth, man.
I believe that is Jacob Moss, who is crushing it. Another member of the 24-hour world team, and he's just been running a really solid race. So let's go ahead and pull in that overlay. So he's won a number of 24-hour races, mostly in the southeast region. The Merrill's Mile 24-hour, that's a Georgia race. So I'm familiar with that one. Not as familiar with the Stingers All-Comer, I believe, Track Classic or Track Meet 24-hour. And then the South Carolina Ultra Running Festival, also known as SCURF. He was the 24-hour champion there, so quite the credentialed athlete, if I do say so myself.
Absolutely, and I am completely digging this follow cam right now. I mean, I think Jamil can just use the remainder of Nick's race as a
a shakeout run for Hard Rock. Maybe we could just have him run along on the track.
Yeah, I mean, the
In
Jam Ram
jeans.
follow camp.
In jeans. I'll take that as a no, as he stopped.
Yeah, I'll take that as a hard no as well. And I think I just saw the Curry family in the chat saying that yellow mustard is also an aid station necessity to help fight cramping.
That would probably
so.
be Patty in there, and she would
Well,
know.
Mama Curry would know.
She would know. Yellow mustard.
I mean, why not?
What about a pickle sandwich with a healthy dose of yellow mustard on it? That's got to be a powerhouse.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds awful. I'll just, say that. But if it works, it works,
Whatever works.
Here is Nick Curry. Now, this is good. Do you think Jamil is running with it behind him, or is
He's
running
probably-
backwards?
I would imagine too smooth to be running purposely backwards. Also kind of dangerous. So he's definitely running and kind of just leaning.
He's got him framed pretty well there. I mean, that's a
it's
pretty
Jamil.
solid
I
shot.
think he knows how to frame.
How many laps do you think Jamil in jeans could last before Nick dropped him today?
I don't know. That's a good question. Whoa, I see a Santa hat in there.
I saw the Santa hat as well.
Did Stephen Claus is he making an appearance?
No, I don't believe that is Stefan Fiendero of Cocodona fame and lore. However, I do believe the Santa hat is becoming a trend, and maybe he has changed the landscape of ultra running to where there will be more Santa hats.
I would like to see it. I would say a Santa hat is more. It's a better fit inside the dome than it is on the majority of the Cocodona course. So, dill pickle flavored chips.
Yeah,
Put some mustard on those, and I think you've got a good. That's probably the combination you need.
Yeah, you're probably right. You were probably right. And the good news, folks, is we do still have some youth hockey going on as well. There is Olivier LeBlond. Again, he is on track, according to Davy Crockett, to break his own 48-hour American record if he can stay on pace. I'm going to try and get some more bib numbers here. That looked like 141, possibly. So we just saw, I believe that was bib 141, Alicia Slick, or Slike. So she is in the 24-hour race happening right now. And we are back table side here as runners are continuing to make their journey for either for the 48-hour runners. They have they've been out there for a while. I mean, as have the 24-hour runners, but for those 48-hour runners, I mean,
well, they've been out there 24 hours more.
Yeah. You're exactly right, Rob. Who
I could
said
do
you
that
weren't
math.
good at math?
I could do that math. Come on now.
I believe that was Jacob Moss right there as well.
Yeah, the switchover must have the cone switchover is happening now. Because you'll see some runners running one direction right there on the screen and others coming in. So once they get to the cone, they will have to make the turnaround. So there'll be a little bit of passing for, about a lap or so. And again, if you're just joining us, this is Taggart VanEtten's 100-mile world record attempt presented by SaltStick. Taggart had a bit of a rough patch, about 100K into his run, because, it was 10:59 or it is 10:59 or bust, and you're gonna go for it. You got to throw it all down, and that's exactly what he's done. So Taggart is just under the 100K mark, and he's still with his crew, I believe.
Yeah, and last we saw when Taggart was with his crew, Rob, the shoes were off. So my guess is that his day is over. However, we haven't confirmed that, but that would kind of be my guess, is that Taggart's day has come to an end, and sometimes when you burn it hot, you blow up, and that's part of the process. He's only 25, so he's going to have plenty more accomplishments ahead of him, and he's going to have plenty more blow-ups ahead of him. That is just kind of how the cookie crumbles,
That is well said. As I talked with Taggart in our podcast before this, he said he'd rather DNF than go out there and run conservatively at around 6:45 pace. Well, quote unquote conservatively. Obviously, that's relative to the person, but he said he'd rather go out at around 6:30 pace and run as fast as possible for 100 miles than just barely grab a world record. So, and the world record is a stout one to beat at 11:14 change, so 11:14:56.
There you just saw Nick Curry, and there goes Marissa Lizak. And there is the gentleman who was playing the measuring wheel guitar earlier. He is dancing now, and he's just bringing the energy. And there's Olivier LeBlond in the blue shorts and the gray top there. Again, he is chasing the American 48-hour record. And the yellow waistband there, I believe, is Jacob Moss, who is having himself a day as well. And
I'm pretty sure that's Mike Melton.
And apparently, Marissa Lizak is also on pace to break her American 48-hour record.
And there is Bill Schultz, surveyor of the cone, as he's been. We've seen him last night in the pre-show and all day. Him and Mike Melton are out there making sure the runners come around the cone and switch up the directions. Yeah, Jacob Moss is running currently at his average pace that he's been putting in. He's predicted to put in a 13-hour, 7-minute, 100-miler.
What is Nick's updated?
13:43.
So is that a storyline that could be unfolding before our very eyes?
I think
does
it could
that
be.
gap shrink, or does it stay the same? Does the great Nick Curry run down Jacob Moss?
So I think the race story has there's a story within the story unfolding, as you've just identified, and that is our second place male, which honestly after this next lap he'll be in first place, because Taggart, he's at the same amount of laps as Taggart. They're both at 223 laps, and if Taggart is he's still with his crew, that means Jacob Moss is about to take the lead, which would then mean, so then Nick Curry is about 9 laps back, and once he does that, he will overtake Taggart for second place, and the race will be on for Jacob and Nick. And based on their pace, Jacob and Nick are then both they're running their 100-mile pace.
not their 24-hour pace. That would be my prediction. Because we already know Nick's out there to run 100.
Yeah, it seems like that is probably the same case for Jacob Moss as well.
Yeah, and yep, it's confirmed. So Jacob Moss on that last lap has now taken first place here in the dome.
Yeah, Tracy Outlaw, Moss, and Curry will be a force on the 24-hour team this fall. Yeah, and then you also have to factor in runners like Olivier Leblanc, who was third at the 2019 IAU World Championships. So the U.S. team is looking pretty stout.
Could she break her own record, I think?
Yeah, both of them.
Nothing
Both
like
of them
raising the bar
already-
for yourself, huh?
Yeah, both Olivier and Marissa have the current American records and would be raising the bar, their own bar, if they can continue in the way that they are continuing right now, or in the way that they are going right now.
Currently at the current distance by quite a bit. By about 15 miles for Marissa. If she keeps up that pace. She's already got 176 miles on the legs. That is insane.
And the Zamboni is back out.
I was
on
just
the
going to
ice
say,
rink
I
there.
was trying to remember. I'm like, how many Zamboni passes do you think that is? I think that's
Here
another
is
stat that we
Jacob
got to
Moss.
build out there.
Here you see Nick Curry having himself a real strong run right now. He's trying to
Every lap looks like this first lap when
I
he
know.
comes through.
I know, it's just getting better. Nick just gets stronger as the race goes on, it seems.
And there she is, Marissa Lysak right there, on pace, and right behind her, Olivia LeBlanc. Both of them are on pace to break their own records in the 48-hour distance, which is the American record.
So we are now, we are about 8 hours in, if my math is correct here. So we are about 8 hours in for the 24-hour runners. These 48-hour runners are about 32 hours into their runs. So, I mean, at this point, it's probably getting pretty hard out there for a lot of people, you know? My guess is that for most people, they are either going through some dark patches at this point or have already experienced those and are trying to get through the other side. But that means that we are going to have about 5-ish more hours of live coverage for you. So this commentary is also, you know, just a little bit past the halfway point as well. Davey Crockett in the chat, Olivier planned to take just 6 10-minute naps along the way. So Olivier trying to get an hour of sleep dispersed over 6 naps in the course of 2 days. You know, he has the American record, so I trust whatever his strategy is. But that is interesting, you know, that in a 48-hour race, that's kind of right at where that threshold is to where your sleep strategy may play a role. And there you see Jacob Moss. So again, we are working on getting the camera angles updated. We've got bib 147 here. I believe that is Steven Yeager. He was on his phone. Do you think? I know this joke probably gets old, but I wonder, like, do you think he was watching the live stream?
He's watching the coverage.
People at Cocodona were. I mean, Jeff Garmeyer tuned in during the Cocodona live stream from the course as a participant.
Maybe we can get Nick to join in on his last lap. No, I'm just kidding, of course. He's going way too fast. But it's something he has done before. He did it in Black Canyon. That might have cost him second place.
Tracy wants to know, will you continue broadcast live? Tracy, our plan is to broadcast until basically Jacob Moss and Nick finish their 100-mile effort here, so around 13 and a half, 14 hours.
Which is exactly what the plan was anyway.
Which was about what the plan was anyway. So we're planning to broadcast about the first 14 hours of this race today so that we can catch some of those 24-hour team members and some of their big efforts here today.
That is right, Matt. And we will keep you updated throughout the rest of this stream and, of course, on social media what the plan is for tomorrow if we end up doing a wrap-up. That is TBD in the world of unknown, which is the world of ultra running. But right now, it looks like it's a day for Taggart if we saw him with the crew. Again, great trackside visuals courtesy of Jamil Curry, who is out there crewing for his brother Nick Curry, who is currently about to be officially in second place. He's a couple laps away from officially taking second place. Nick is 9 laps back from Jacob Moss. I don't know, Matt. Knowing Nick's close, I think that his ability to close in a race, that final hour can be pretty intense.
Yeah, no, most definitely. I'm interested to keep tabs on that number to see if he is inching closer or if it's kind of staying the same, because Nick is known for, going out conservative and really making a hard push late into the race. And so it'll be interesting to see how he goes.
Another story here is we've got Angie Darbison, who overtook the lead about an hour ago, I believe. She is only a lap ahead of Lee Jackson. So we've got a race unfolding for second place in the women's race. $54.28 miles to 54 miles. Now we'll find out what their plans are going in. But when they're that close, I'd like to imagine that their plans in the race are. When I say plans, are they out there to run for the full 24 hours, or are they out there to put in a fast 100-miler? I'm going to guess that they're both out there to put in a fast 100-miler based on their pace.
Yeah, and there you see the credentials of Miss Darbison, 2019 runner-up here at 6 Days in the Dome, and 4th place at the 2017 JFK 50-miler, which is an iconic and traditionally very stout race. So she is definitely very credentialed. And then we have Miss Lee Jackson here, who was the 2016 Umstead 100-mile champion and the 2021, so earlier this year, Icy 8-hour champion. So she's done some fixed-time stuff. I don't know that she's done.
Classic, right? It's such a great race too.
Yeah, I don't know that she's done a lot of long fixed-time stuff, but I do remember her performance at the Icy 8-hour being pretty stout earlier this year.
And, of course, Loretta Tobolski-Horn in 3rd place. She's about 14 laps back off the lead.
And her information is not typed in right there. However, she is also a very stout runner in her own right. She was the 2019 Tunnel Hill 100-mile champion. She was the 2021 Alexander County 24-hour champion earlier this year. So the same race that Nick Curry won earlier this year. And then she was 3rd place at Desert Solstice here in Phoenix last year. So she definitely has a stout resume as well. So all of the ladies who are out there in the 24-hour race are absolutely crushing it. I wonder if she is also going for a big 100-mile push, or if she's going to try and hold on for a full 24 hours.
Yeah, that's amazing. And again, for those of you just joining us, as Vera7 in the chat asks, where's Taggart right now? Taggart is with his crew. Haven't been able to officially confirm, but I'm pretty sure his day is over, which is, all that means is he's got more experience under his belt to come down and take down that take down the record again, or a shot at taking down the record again. So, but he looked to be in good spirits with his crew. As the race unfolds on both the men's and the women's side in the 24-hour distance, 24-hour time, I should say.
And the 48-hour.
And the 48-hour, we have the current American record holders
trying to break
their
records.
own record. So I'm enjoying the storylines that are playing out here. That's what I love about ultra running, Matt, is that you never know what stories are going to unfold as the race plays on.
Yeah, no, most definitely, especially a race like this. There are so many just high-class, high-quality runners on both the men's and women's side in both the 24-hour and 48-hour events that so many stories to be told. And again, we have another Jacob Jackson
There he
sighting.
is, just continuing to plug along.
He's just
out there for the 48-hour.
He's just getting laps in, you know. He's out there trying to keep moving forward.
I mean, he looked solid all day yesterday when we were for the hour that we were on the air during the pre-show. So even with the walking, Jake has put in 136 miles. So if he keeps plugging along the whole way, I mean, if this is accurate, if the My Race result is accurate, the prediction, he would still be able to put in about a 200-mile outing here at 6 Days in the Dome.
Yeah, my guess is that's going off of average pace.
Yeah, and like I was saying, he did have quite the day yesterday before slowing down, having some, I believe it was quad and
yeah, I think he's been dealing with that for sure.
There's Jacob Moss.
Jacob Moss
looking strong. The red A6. There is Nick Curry again, bib 122. On the chase to take down Jacob Moss, the leader of the 24-hour race. And Jacob, again, is about 10 laps ahead. So he was a few laps ago. It looks like he has added a lap of distance. Jacob has added a lap on to Nick.
But again, plenty of time to close, as there is over 35 miles, 36 miles left for Jacob and Nick. But the next time Nick Curry crosses the mat, that will officially put him in second place. Because Taggart VanEtten has been sitting with his crew since his last distance update is 61.44 miles. So the next time Nick passes through, he will. And yes, that just happened. So now Nick Curry is officially in second place on the 24-hour race, which is really what him and Jacob are going for. They're going for a 100-mile personal best, or at least see how fast they can go. And as our friend Zach Bitter in the chat said earlier, he believes that Nick was using today as a training race for the 24-hour Worlds.
So again, while Taggart VanEtten's day has been cut short, we do have a number of other storylines that we're tuning into here. One of them, as you see him pass right there in the gray shirt, is Olivier LeBlond, who is trying to break his own 48-hour American record. Zach Rebels in the chat just got here. How's Tag doing? I believe his day has come to an end. We have not confirmed that with his crew, but he's been sitting over there for quite some time, and he was dealing with some muscle cramping issues early on that just continued to kind of spiral downhill, and yeah, I think his day has come to an end. Sometimes when you go for it, you come up short, But he gave it a fair crack, and just wasn't his day today. Again, there with no shirt on, with the Arizona tan lines, was Aravaipa's very own Nick Curry. Hold on 1 second, Jamil. We gotta get audio pulled in over here. And we are trying to check in with...
Jamil might have to restart his camera feed. I think that's what the issue is, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, so we currently don't have any audio, but we are going to try and get a check-in with Taggart here in just a minute.
We might have actually... Nope. Yeah, we don't have audio on Taggart. We'll get that fixed for
everyone watching, and we'll get that interview back with Taggart.
So while we try to get that audio ironed out so we can throw it back to Taggart there, we are going to be trackside here as we continue to follow along this 24-hour and 48-hour adventure at 6 days in the Dome. And again, this live coverage it wouldn't be made possible without our friends over at SaltStick. They are Taggart's primary and only sponsor, the only electrolyte company to basically the only electrolyte company to essentially produce their product that is specifically designed to mirror the electrolytes that you lose in sweat. So, by mirroring what you lose in sweat, they're going to help you fight cramps and dehydration and things like that. So if you're interested in trying out their product, visit their website, saltstick.com, and use the promo code WorldRecord for 20% off your next purchase. There you see Nick Curry just coming across the timing mat there. There is Jacob Moss. He is your current 24-hour race leader. He just crossed the timing mat a moment ago without his shirt. And he is having himself a really great race today as well. Him and Nick Curry are in first and second here. Both of them, I believe, are trying to go after a strong 100-mile run today. So both of them are, running harder than their 24-hour pace, but are trying to give it a good crack at the 100-mile distance today.
Yeah, I gotta say, Marissa Lizak, every time she comes through, she looks the same, and I mean that in the way that her consistency is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, especially this far into a race, they are 30, 32, almost 33 hours into the race right now. So she's still looking pretty smooth. And she's been running really consistently the entire time. And I believe you've got Olivier LeBlanc right there in lane 1, and then behind him, I believe that is Miss Angie Darbison, who is the current ladies leader of the 24-hour Saturday event.
I mean, yeah, her and Lee Jackson are battling out. They're pretty much right there. We might have audio. We will have audio in a bit. So we have Jamil down there. He's gonna eventually get Taggart back on screen so we can chat with him. I think he's just charging up. All right. All right, Jamil, you are live with Taggart.
Testing.
Yeah, Jamil, we can hear you. You all
You guys
are.
hear this?
Yeah, you are live now,
Okay.
my friend.
It says you're live. So, do you want to kind of give us a little breakdown of your day today for the fans watching out there?
Woke up, had a great usual race morning, came in, felt good, got started, and I unfortunately started cramping a little sooner than normal, but that's no big deal. It's nothing I've never experienced in a long run or any of the 2 ultras I've done. Just wasn't my day. I could give everyone 10, 15 excuses on why everything went against me, but it just happens, something I got to learn from. It's an experience. I guess I know it just wasn't my day. I gave it everything. I don't regret going out at sub-11 pace, and I still think I'm fully capable, even this fall, of running sub-11. I can make a lot of rational decisions now on what I want to do next, but I think it's kind of best to go back to my hotel and kind of chill out. Hopefully we'll be able to make the finish tomorrow for the 48 to 24-hour come back to the race. I got to watch these guys. One thing I got to give a shout out to is when I was out there walking, puking, just in my fighting every single thing against me, all these races were just encouraging me as I'm holding myself up against the wall, and I couldn't thank them enough for doing that. That was just awesome, because I was blown by them all day, and then finally, when I just can't go on, every runner out here was trying to encourage me, and I came back to life a few times, and they kept saying positive things to me, and then I fell apart again, and everyone just kept trying to help me out. So I appreciate all the 24 and 48 people doing that. Racing's great. Steve's great race director. I'm glad, email came out. Steve liked covered this. I can't thank you guys enough. It sucks that it happened, today, but I don't regret going out at sub-11 pace, and my next 100 will probably be at sub-11 pace again. So, those are kind of my right after thoughts. I don't think that's anything too terribly rational. Like, I'm going to go enter in a 100-mile track next month, so I probably not. But we'll see. I'm going to take some downtime, do some cross training, and get back into some triathlons this summer. Like I plan, I'm going to do an Ironman on August 22nd. That's still on the goal. I never did one, and I want to finish one, so we'll do that and decide what this fall is. So, thank you guys for following along the journey. I wish right now I could be closing in on about 80 miles with the record right in front of me, but these things happen to the best of us, and you just got to learn. So, I don't like that.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Taggart VanEtten. You heard it there.
You got 5 baby.
You heard it from Taggart VanEtten himself. He has no regrets, and that is exactly what I would expect him to say, because that's what he told us before the race. He wasn't going to regret putting it all on the line. And I know it's a fresh wound. Like he only stepped off the track a few hours ago, but
Looks like his head's in the right space, and he said the next time he runs 100 miles, it'll very likely be at sub-11 pace, so I can't wait to see that one.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I don't think you can ever regret trying hard things and trying to push yourself to your limits and to what you think your potential is. You know, sometimes you fall short when you do hard stuff.
Yeah.
Like, it happens. I mean, if there's anyone out there who has never failed at anything, then just bless your soul, because you are a unique person, because I don't know that anyone has ever had that experience of success in everything they've ever done. And so, you know, I'm proud of Taggart as an EIU alum here, Rob. I'm proud of him for just
I think
putting
it's
himself
still
out
worth
there.
waving the EIU flag at some point during this coverage.
Well, we're going to celebrate the coverage for sure, because that in and of itself, I think, is a great effort on our team's part to be able to bring the coverage of this event to the viewers at home and to showcase all of these amazing stories. So the flag will be waved, Rob. Don't you doubt that for a minute. But no, I'm so proud of Taggart for, again, putting himself out there and showcasing that it doesn't matter where you're from. Even if you live in the middle of the cornfields in Illinois, you can do hard stuff and you can try hard things. So huge shout out to him. He represented EIU really well. He represented the state of Illinois really well. He represented Bartonsville really well, where he's a teacher, and I hope that all those kids are proud of him too, because I think he did a heck of a job.
Well said. And I'm wondering, maybe he'll put Black Canyon as his next target as a training race for breaking the world record next year.
Yeah.
Just going to put that one out there.
Yeah,
I'd like
I mean,
to see
who
it.
knows? Who
Maybe we
knows?
can get
It
him out to
sounds
Black
like he's
Canyon.
doing some triathlon stuff later
Looks like
this summer.
Yeah, looks like his summer is going to be very, very multi-sport focused with the Ironman. But,
yeah, which I think will do him some good, to be perfectly honest, coming off of 8,000 miles in 12 months, basically. I think having some time to reduce the running-specific volume, I think will be good. And I hope that he does that and is able to balance that training out across the 3 different event areas in the coming months.
Yeah, well said, Matt. So, again, if you are joining us, Taggart's day is over, but the race continues on. It's 6 days in the Dome. Presented by SaltStick.
There's Nick Curry. He just flashed across the screen there real quick. He's having himself a day as well. He's having a good crack at a really strong 100-miler. So
Looking super consistent.
shout out to Nick. I know he said his strategy was to utilize this as part of his training for 24-hour races in the future. So it's good to see him out there having a good day. And yeah, I mean, there are still some really interesting storylines to follow along. I think the one that piques my interest the most, aside from Nick Curry and his 100-mile effort, is the 2 potential American records that could still fall over the course of the next 16 hours or so. So I'm excited about that. You've got Olivier Leblanc and Marissa Lysak, both on pace to break their own 48-hour American records.
Yeah, and they both look solid coming through. I mean, Olivier's got a little bit of the classic ultra lean, as does happen the further you get into distances like that. But
yeah, well, I mean, that ultra lean even happened to the great Pam Reed at Cocodona. So it happens to everyone. And speaking of Marissa Lysak, there she is in lane 1 there, Rob, still moving along quite smoothly. This is basically what she's looked like for the last 4 or 5 hours, it seems like. Just steady, And so, I mean, she's on day 2 of a 48-hour race and is still moving along pretty strong. So, and there is Nick Curry himself.
I think he's got his classic classic hydration bottle situation right there. He doesn't use any of the high-tech handhelds. He uses a standard sports bottle and then cuts 2 holes in a bicycle inner tube and then stretches it around like your standard plastic water bottle. Like not like a, like a standard sports bottle.
Sounds like something Nick Curry would
Yeah,
do. You know?
he posted about it the night before Black Canyon this year. I saw it on his Instagram, and it seems to never fail. So,
Yeah, I mean, if I were cranking out performances like Nick, I would probably stick to whatever I was doing. I don't think I'd change a thing.
yeah. Hey, man, whatever works, works.
And in addition to this 6 days in the Dome coverage, we're also bringing you some youth ice hockey coverage up in the top right of your screen. We've got
It's probably the
powder
sixth
blue
game of the
team.
day.
We've got the powder blue team versus the white team. I think they're wearing white. Yeah, they're wearing white. I don't know what the score is. I don't know what's going on, but you can follow along in the top right corner of your screen right there. And for those of you who are just tuning in, there is no checking in youth hockey. I was informed of that today when I said that I wanted to see some kid get smashed into the boards. That is not allowed, but we are bringing you some coverage of a second sport here as we have Angie Darbison right there in lane 1. She is the current leader of the women's 24-hour race, and she looked pretty doggone strong right there.
She's cruising. I mean, and she is just ahead of Lee Jackson. I mean, they're on the same exact lap, so they're crossing the mat essentially within seconds of each other. And if it is 100 miles that they're going for, they've got 42 miles left. So it's a lot of time, a lot of real estate for the leaderboard to switch up. But nonetheless, and again, keep in mind, Loretta Tobolski-Horn is not too far behind the lead women. She is a couple miles. She is about 4 miles back. So that's plenty of real estate to make up for that, depending on how Lee and Angie carry on. And it looks like Lee Jackson just took the lead. She crossed the mat on this lap before Angie Darbison. So they are on the same loop right now. And of course, again, on the men's side, Jacob Moss has a respectable 10-lap lead on Nick Curry. Your first and second place, respectively, men in this race. And again, that was Steve Yeager you just saw on the bottom of your screen come through. I believe he was still on the phone, so he's either playlisting, maybe he's texting family, or, as Matt said earlier, he could be checking out the live stream. And again, coming through with the heart rate monitor on, no shirt, and the red and black Asics on his feet. This is your leader, Jacob Moss, in the 24-hour. Still looking strong.
And I believe in the light blue singlet, I believe this is Lee Jackson, your women's leader, which means Angie Darbison should not be too far behind. Again, Nick Curry coming through in the bottom of your screen.
Yeah, and you can see Angie just at the towards the end of the straightaway there, making her way in the middle of lane 1 right now. So not far behind at all.
Yeah, they're on that same lap.
So again, we have making his way down the home stretch, Jacob Moss. With the heart rate monitor, and as Rob aptly pointed out, the red ASICs. I wonder if those are the ASICs Super Shoe.
I think they are. Based on that colorway. Yeah, I think those were the ASICS Metaspeeds.
I believe that you are correct, my good friend Roberto.
And again, as you pointed out earlier, you gave a great. I wouldn't mind a recap. It doesn't have to be as long as before. If you can give us, our listeners, a refresh on the carbon plate situation in shoes, because again, you did work for in the shoe in the brand side previous to working here, so you know a lot about shoes.
Yeah. So
Give us the summarized version, so you don't have to go deep into it before.
yeah. So I mean, basically, most of these carbon-plated shoes are designed pretty similarly to the Alphafly. Obviously, the materials that everyone uses are a little bit different, but the whole concept is to have a soft yet responsive midsole material, so cushioning system, paired with a carbon fiber plate. So the carbon fiber plate gives you a little bit of bend, but for the most part is going to be pretty firm. So the whole concept is to just provide a moderate amount of cushion while still giving you high energy return. So in the instance of the original Vaporfly 4%, the shoe gave you essentially a 4% energy return. So I believe that actually the phrasing was a 4% increase in running economy. So spending 4% less energy when you run. Essentially, I believe that the Alphafly is at least as energy efficient. Nike did not have an external study done, so they don't put the percentage of energy return out there. However, I do believe it is at least as good. And we see Nick Curry coming down the straightaway here in lane 1, and he looks like he is pushing. So he looks like he's really giving it a go here, which is super exciting. But yeah, that is basically the synopsis. So Nike was kind of the originators of this, caused a lot of hysteria regarding, is this mechanical doping or what is this? And so there have been limits set on the stack height of the shoe, the number of carbon fiber plates you can utilize, and a number of different criteria has been set in place to basically make sure that shoes aren't giving you an extraordinarily unfair advantage. However, I think we've already kind of passed that. You're seeing it in the track and field world as well with spikes. So they also put restrictions on to like performance footwear, so sprint spikes and mid-distance and distance spikes. So there are restrictions in place there, but I mean, you're seeing extraordinary performances and world records being broken on the track that, I mean, people didn't think would be broken maybe ever, and part of that is no one could race last year, so they had plenty of time to train, but I mean, part of that is just the tech developments in footwear as well.
I might have to give those ones a try.
Yeah, so the Tokyo edition of the ASICS Metaspeed Sky, I believe.
That's correct.
Yeah, I bet ASICS is super happy that there is no year included in the design after the Olympic Games got moved from last year to this year. But ASICS is a very popular brand in Japan, so I'm not surprised that ASICS has a Tokyo-specific edition of the Metaspeed Sky. And from a marketing standpoint, that is the way a lot of brands prefer to launch some of their bigger technologies around Olympic years.
That makes sense. Thank you, Matt, for that
Amazing insight.
You are the expert on that brand side. So
I'm just here to
feel like I
share
just
the
learned a
knowledge,
ton.
Rob.
I'm a lifelong learner, so I'm here for it. And again, in the light blue singlet coming down on lane 1.
Dare I call it Aravaipa teal?
No, I wouldn't call that Aravaipa teal.
I don't know. It might. I'm comparing it on screen to the logo colors up there, and it might be one of those middle teal colors.
It's close.
I think it's
not
close
the
enough.
right Pantone.
I think it's close enough. Pantones be darned, Rob. I think she's trying to support the brand here. Okay.
We'll take it. That would be Lee Jackson. Right? Yeah. So she now has a 1-lap lead over Angie Darbison. And that would give her a 15-lap lead over third place, Loretta Tobolski-Horn. So those are your top 3 for the women. It's Lee Jackson, Angie Darbison, and Loretta Tobolski-Horn. And for the men, it's Jacob Moss, Nick Curry, and Padraig Mullins. Taggart can actually come back. He's still in fourth. Like, if you wanted to come back, he's still in fourth place. That's how much of a lead he. Obviously, of course, if you're just tuning in, he did call it a day. But I'm just saying how much of a commanding lead he put out. Going for, again, because he wasn't racing, he was racing himself in that attempt for the world record. But bowed out at just under 100K, 61.44 miles.
Yeah, I believe he was right at about 98.789K based on the timing data I have here. Shows that he was at 98,789 meters, Rob.
Wow. That would put him, he was pretty much going to run a sub 7 hour, 10 minute 100K.
Yeah.
That's pretty stout.
I mean, he was cranking. And here we see Olivier Leblond in the gray with the navy blue undersleeve or undershirt there. And then Marissa Lizak in the bright yellow. Here we have Lee Jackson, the women's 24-hour leader, right there in the Aravaipa teal singlet. Now we're back to the ice hockey cam for all the viewers at home.
And again, speaking of teal, I do want to point out
these shirts that we made, 50% of the proceeds on sales do go to Taggart, and he's going to need all the support because he's going to come back and he's going to go for another world record. So these shirts are for sale in the store. If you just go to the link in the description, the YouTube description has the link. The Run TVE collection, 1059 or bust. Taggart VanEtten will be strong to see another and recover to see another day, another big training block, because it's not a matter of if, it's when will he take down that sub-11 in this lifetime.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely sounded like he's already amped to give it another crack. And you know, Rob, I'm just gonna throw it out there. There's this little track meet that happens at the end of the year every year in the middle of December here in the great state of Arizona. You know, the weather is beautiful this time of year, so maybe he could even bring Mama VanEtten down for a little reprieve from the Midwest winter. But dare I say, the Desert Solstice Track Classic should be something that Mr. Taggart
Never heard of
VanEtten
it.
should consider. You know, hosted by our very own Aravaipa
course.
Running here.
A staple race here at the end of the year, bringing out the elites, and be safe to say, if he wanted it, I think we can deliver an invitation.
I think the term is, I think we know a guy.
Think we might know a guy.
I think we know a guy, you know? But no, I think it's good that Taggart's going to do a triathlon. I think that's something that's near and dear to his heart, and then is going to kind of reevaluate what he wants to do from there for the remainder of this year. But it definitely sounds like he wants to give something like this another crack.
Jamil does make a good point that Nick's previous lap, his 240th lap, was his fastest lap thus far at 2 minutes flat. Where Nick Curry, has otherwise been averaging at a quick glance around 207, 208 per lap. And he came in at 2 minutes on that. His 240th lap. And if there's anything about Nick, the kid knows how to close in a race. So he's just 9 laps back from the leader, Jacob Moss.
And to put that into perspective, Jacob Moss's 240th lap was 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
Huh.
So
what was Jacob's fastest lap? Here, I'll pull that up on the screen.
I mean, he's been really consistent. I've seen a 207 is the fastest I've seen thus far. 206. .202, 203. .159. I mean, that was almost 170 laps ago that he ran a 109 or 159. His fastest lap, I believe, was 159.
So there you go. Jacob Moss's fastest lap, 159. Nick Curry's fastest lap, 2 minutes flat. But of course, as you pointed out, Matt, Jacob's fastest lap came much earlier in the race.
It looks like Zach Bitter is here for it, too. He says, we are now entering Nick Curry primetime. Zach, I think you're right. He's starting to crank off his fastest laps. I definitely think we are entering the Curry zone.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with that.
And there we have, again, another Jacob Jackson sighting there in the white hat and the jacket. Still getting his laps in, Rob. You know, still out there
Plugging
cranking. He was on the phone earlier. For all I know, he was booking vacation plans while he was walking laps. He might have been having business meetings while he was walking laps on his phone, and he's just still out there cranking. He was having a great run in the 48-hour yesterday, and it's good to see him still out there moving along as we have Nick Curry coming in, and you can actually see the difference between him and Jacob Moss right there. So Nick definitely moving faster. You could see down that home stretch Nick's gap slowly inching as the two were running in the same frame. Now Jacob Moss still has essentially a 9-lap lead.
Yeah, but we've got lots of real estate left to see Nick overtake Jacob Moss. As there is about 50K left to run. Matt, you just get used to saying, "Oh, there's only 50K left," with a 50K with only as the modifier before that. That's when you're just used to covering ultras at this point. You're like, yeah, there's only 30 plus miles. It's all good.
Well, yeah, and to put this in perspective, Rob, we ran a 27K just this past weekend. I know that the chat wants to know. I crushed Rob. And we were hurting at the end of a 27K.
I think you're in trouble for the rematch, Matt, because as it stands, it looks like I might have picked up Zach Bitter as a coach. So
I believe that the name for you is Coach Bitter.
Okay. Yes, you're right.
No, and I'm definitely not in trouble because probably actually trained this time. So Zach has his work. Coach Bitter has his work cut out for him. But we just got to lay down the official date and time and distance, and maybe we should make an announcement video for the people, Rob. But either way, the results will only be worse than this 27K that you got obliterated in.
What was it, 4 minutes?
Yeah. I walked in the last 100 meters with my daughter and still beat you by 4 minutes over the last mile and a half.
Well, I wanted you to have that moment.
Yeah, thank you. You're just such a gentleman.
You're right, I am. And is there another sport going? Is there? Oh, there's a. Okay, it just looks like it's a nice friendly game of
catch the bouncy ball.
I thought it was like a I looked quick and I thought it was shot put, and I didn't think doing that on concrete would be a good idea.
You would actually be correct there, Rob. Throwing an outdoor shot put on concrete would definitely not be sound. My guess is that this Olympic Training Center here at the Pettit Center would not even want you throwing an indoor shot put on their speed skating area.
Yeah, I would guess that's correct.
And so again, you can now see the gap between Nick and Jacob Moss compared to just a couple laps ago. Nick is definitely running stronger. Again, he's still about 8 laps down, so he's going to have a fair amount of room. He's going to have a fair amount of ground that he has to make up still, but he is moving at a really good pace. And let's see if we can take a look at his splits here to see kind of what this trend line is looking like, Yeah, I mean, he's still cranking around 205 to 208 per lap, whereas Jacob Moss currently is running around 210, 211 to 213 roughly. So Nick is running roughly 4 to 5 seconds faster per lap, I believe, than Jacob Moss. However, he has to make up a lot of ground still, Rob. So it's going to be close.
Absolutely. And again, there in the teal singlet, Lee Jackson.
And I believe, now I could be mistaken, but I believe she might have just passed, she might have just passed Angie Darbinson, so she may actually be a full lap up now. However, I could be incorrect, but I believe that I saw Angie Darbison.
You are correct.
So I believe she's a full lap. Yeah.
And that would make perfect sense. It does, again, just like we're comparing what Nick, who's on screen right there, comparing him to what Jacob Moss is looking like now. I would say just like how Nick is looking stronger, Lee is currently looking to be running stronger, more smoothly than Angie at this point. But again, a lot of miles left.
So again, there on your screen is Nick Curry. That is one of the current stories to watch, is Mr. Nick Curry, because he is trying to close the gap on current 24-hour race leader Jacob Moss. And again, he is gaining, it looks like, right around 3 to 4 seconds a lap as of late. So, I mean, that is pretty substantial. You know, I mean, that means he's running about 11, 12 seconds per mile faster right now over these last few laps. And again, lots of other like super exciting stories happening out there right now. I know that I'm sure there are a lot of people out there pushing themselves, trying to chase personal bests. But one of the other interesting stories is hold on, sorry about that. I saw a question pop up in the chat as I was mid-sentence, trying to catch up. So TV dropped out, and Jake and Nick are currently first and second in the men's race.
Correct.
That is correct.
Pedro's correct.
Pedro Gomez. I wonder if that is the Pedro Gomez who is an MLB analyst for ESPN. My guess is not, but that would be really cool. But that is exactly correct, and Nick is slowly but surely closing the gap between himself and Jacob Moss. We will see whether or not it is too little too late, as both runners are aiming just for fast 100-milers. But Nick is definitely starting to throw it down. And so again, recollecting where my thoughts were at before I dove into the questions in the chat there. I believe one of the more interesting storylines is Miss Jamila, who was in the 24-hour race. Who was in the 24-hour race yesterday, was entered in the 24-hour race today, and is out there. And then she is entered in the 6-day race to tomorrow. So, and then I believe that all of this for her is part of her training for the Vol State 500. I don't believe she has done too much yet today. I know that she did a lap early on and then was not on the track for most of the day, but I believe I saw her earlier out on the track. I'm not sure if she's still out there right now. And looking into the chat, Steep Life Media, Jamil in the chat, Matt, try Pedro Gomez, Ironman champ. I think that's even better. I mean, Pedro Gomez, the baseball analyst, would have been cool, but having an Ironman champion in our presence tuning in is incredible. So thank you so much, Pedro, for tuning in. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, so nonetheless, here we are. As we close in, as the men's leaders close in on 70 miles.
So that means 30 miles of action still to come.
Yeah, but I mean, you do all the math on that, like
it's tightening. You know, I think that Davy Crockett, Ultra Running History in the chat, said earlier that he thinks that Nick's updated time was down close to like 13:30, and I believe the last we checked, Jacob's updated time was like 13:08.
Yep. Right now, Jacob has got 13:09.13 for a predicted 100-mile finish time. And for Nick Curry, that's 13:37.
So Nick's predicted time has come down about 6 minutes, and Jacob Moss's has come up about 2 minutes. So an 8-minute difference in the lengthening, or in the gap between the two. And there you see Nick Curry on the screen. He is looking really doggone strong, Rob, if I do say so myself. He looks really smooth. He is clearly moving the fastest and the smoothest out of anyone on the track right now. But again, the issue, and I'll keep coming back to it, is he's down. Is he still down 8 laps? He's still down. I mean, he's down 7 or 8 laps on the lead, so it's not that it's insurmountable. It's just that there's space that has to be
9 laps, yeah.
I mean, he's just got to close a pretty big gap. That's all.
I wonder if this youngin is running with his parent. A little encouragement on the track as Nick Curry comes around in lane 2.
With his bicycle tube water bottle.
Let's go
for
to
a
his
handheld.
Instagram, see if we can pull it up. I know he posted one
Yeah, let me
at some point.
let me pull that up.
And we can illustrate what we're explaining here. I think it's quite...
The fact that when I type in Nick, the first thing that comes up is Sons and 4 guy, Nick McKellar. Shout out to Sons and 4 guy. But Where would I find this
It's,
at, Rob?
you just scroll down. It was around black.
There it
Right
is.
there it is. So we'll pull that up on the iPad. So this is exactly what we were talking about. This is what you can expect out of Nick Curry. So the strap is a pair of ovals cut in a road bike tire, or you can use a hole punch twice and cut it in between to make sure that the ends are smooth. And he just does it right there and puts that right around. That's what I meant by classic water bottle.
And a classic water bottle as well, Rob, because I have this exact water bottle, or had.
Like
I
exact
no longer
water
have.
bottle?
Yeah, that is from the North Face Endurance Challenge Series. I got mine at the San Francisco race. I don't know if they
we
are
can
same across
actually-
the series.
We'll get
but
a live look on exactly what we mean. The bottle is right there on the table, the one you were looking. This is the setup that you can expect.
yeah, so the one on the left, I received that same bottle from the North Face in San Francisco in 2016, back when they had the kind of the premier 50 miler at the end of the year there in early December.
Oh, and look, so we've got some. It's probably some kind of sports drink in there, but then, yeah, these. Look at that classic.
Well, and I'm sure that that Nick has gotten plenty of wonderful advice on how to set up his crew tables, not just from his experience, Rob, but his mother being, the queen of the Aravaipa aid stations at all our races. I'm sure probably had
That's
some
exactly
wonderful
right.
feedback to give to Nick on how he should lay everything out and, make sure that everything's organized in a really good manner. And then again, another Santa hat sighting over there to our left. I think we can confirm that was not Stefan Fiandero.
Yeah, it wasn't Stefan Claus,
AKA
but it was,
Santa Runs Ultras. But we do have a Santa hat sighting here at the Pettit Center in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
That's right. We're going to have to make it a thing then because we're 2 for 2 for live streams with Santa hats, so we'll have to bring one in for Kendall. Maybe I'll wear the Santa hat just to confirm that we can do three Santa hats. Matt, what's been in your aid station for this broadcast?
Well, our wonderful friends at Freak Brothers here in Phoenix were able to provide us with some delicious pizza. So that was primarily my aid station. A lot of coffee, a little bit of water. Probably not the right balance of coffee to water.
Well,
but I have had
coffee.
I have had more water than I did on Cocodona Day 1, which was 0 water. All coffee, no water. I learned from that mistake. I'm trying to set myself up for better broadcast success by hydrating a little bit. But, yeah, it's mostly just been pizza and coffee. I don't know that that's a recipe for success, but it's keeping me energetic and full of life to bring these storylines to the people, you know?
Yeah. I mean, whatever works for you. It's a pretty solid fuel. You know, they know what my favorite pie is at this point. My favorite pizza style, the vegan buffalo chicken is where it's at. It's definitely what my go-to for fueling these ultracasts.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just a classic Roni guy, you know?
It's the Midwest in you.
I'm just all about the classic Roni.
But yeah, if you are tuning in, we are here about 10 hours into a 14-hour. I'm trying to see, man. 10 hours in to 14 hours worth of coverage. As we promised, we'd be on the air for 14 hours. We were hoping that the bulk of that 14 hours would be witnessing the 100-mile world record go down. But, of course, the man of the day, Taggart VanEtten, has had to step out of the race about 61 and a half miles in. And but we did chat with him and catch up, and he is in good spirits and determined to come back. This record is is continually in his crosshairs. So, but right now, the race to watch. There's several races to watch. It's the race for the first. I'll call it the race since they're both probably racing for 100 miles and not for 24 hours. It's the race to to the first person to race to 100 miles. So that's going to be Nick Curry and Jacob Moss. Jacob Moss has a 9-lap lead over Nick Curry, but Nick Curry is moving quite smoothly along the track. And then, of course, Lee Jackson has a 1.5-lap lead on Angie Darbison.
Again, Nick is running about 3 to 5 seconds faster per lap than Jacob Moss currently is. So I'm not sure that that's going to be enough to get it done.
I don't think he's even started yet.
I think he's going to have to find another notch, and if he wants the win and really wants to dig deep for a strong 100-mile finish, I think he's going to have to find another gear. But there's no doubt in my mind that Nick can do so. However, there's also no doubt in my mind that Jacob Moss can continue to run a strong race and can hold him off. He's been really, really consistent. I think his fastest lap was a minute 59, and his slowest lap, barring things that seem out of the ordinary, the 3.5 to 4 minute loops where it's like he may have had a shoe change or a bathroom break or something. I believe his slowest lap was only in like the 2:15 range, 2:17, 2:20, something like that. So he hasn't really had a bad spell yet. He's been really consistent. He hasn't had any crazy fast laps.
He just gained another lap on.
That's just based on when they're crossing the timing mat, though, right?
Yes, but it's been consistently at around 9 laps, and I never saw it dip to 8. So
I get what you're saying. Yeah. I thought you were saying the other way.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So Nick is only really about 8.5 laps down, probably.
Yeah, because it's leapfrogging back and forth between 8 and 9. So he is slowly but surely closing that gap with about 30 miles to go, which again is plenty of room to close that gap, especially when you're looking that smooth.
And there you see with the shirtless runner there with the heart rate strap in the ASICS Meta Speeds. That is Jacob Moss, and then the runner behind him is Marissa Lysak, and she has, another interesting storyline here to follow is Miss Lysak is earlier was on pace for a new American record at 48 hours, which she currently holds. So that would give her a PB at the 48-hour distance. I'm not sure if she is still on track for that. However, she has been looking like she's been moving pretty consistent throughout the last 4, 5, 6 hours. And then Connor Bollinger in the chat, did Taggart finish? No, Taggart's day is over. He was dealing with some cramping and some stomach issues, started to fall off pace, tried to troubleshoot those issues, fell more off pace, and just was never really able to kind of pinpoint the issue that was giving him some quad cramping, some stomach issues, and so he called it a day just before 100K. So his day is over. We did chat with him a little bit ago, and he seemed like he was in pretty good spirits. You know, he was obviously disappointed, but overall he seemed like he was in a good spot and sounded like he is trying to come back tomorrow morning to bring home the 24-hour and 48-hour finishers. So to be here when all these amazing athletes that we're watching on the track right now are concluding their day.
Class act for sure. Tracy Outlaw. She would love 6 days of live coverage. That would be a new PB for us, Matt. We've done 4 days for Cocodona. Could we do the full 6?
Well, the answer is obviously, of course, we could.
Would we do the full 6? I think it's the same answer.
I think there's a chance. So you're saying there's a chance?
1 in a million? No.
No, but I mean, when you have races like this that are bringing so many legends of the sport whose stories don't get shared often enough, I think coverage is critical. And obviously, we dealt with some audio issues earlier and tried to work through that so that we could bring you all coverage of this event and to share these runners' stories as best as we can. Because again, all of these people out here are doing their best, and their stories deserve to be shared. We won't be doing the 6 days of coverage today, or this weekend. However, maybe we can get that in the plans in the future.
Looks like our boots on the ground out there has already got that in mind, so potentially. But Mike Melton will have a webcam out there for the 6th day, so there will be some kind of visual for the race. Again, Marissa Lizak coming in, just looking solid.
And again, another Jake Jackson sighting there, getting his laps in the white hat in lane 1 with the jacket on. He's still out there grinding away. So shout out to Mr. Jackson there for continuing to get some miles in.
And here we go. We've got some indoor drone footage on the screen now, courtesy of Jamil Curry himself. Looks like we've got a couple hockey games going on. And, of course, they're on the track coming through. Look at that. I believe that is Nick Curry.
There it is. Aravaipa's own Nick Curry.
And this is now a very public test of the licensed drone pilot skills here. Quite impressed.
And, you know, it's really interesting because not only do I feel like I am getting a unique perspective on track and field ultra here, I also feel like I'm getting a little bit different of a perspective on what speed skating, what the course, what it
could look and feel like, yeah.
Yeah, what it would look and feel like, you know? Maybe this is how they should broadcast speed skating in the Olympics next year.
Oh, that's right. It would be next year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, give us a call at Steep Live Media. So again, following along, we've got a live look by way of a drone inside the Pettit National Ice Center, where the race to 100 miles is on between Nick Curry and Jacob Moss. That is Nick Curry just on the far left of your screen.
You know, and he's moving so well that the drone can't even keep up.
Yeah, well, to be fair, that is quite the drone. That's a very skilled. I'm very impressed right now. There's a lot of factors to because there's a roof, which usually is not a factor when you fly a drone. There's pillars, line of sight, all of these things. I think we're uncovering a new sport. Is there drone racing? That's probably already a thing. I'm pretty sure it's a thing.
Yeah, there's drone racing. But do they have the follow cam?
I don't think
That's the question.
I don't think they're. Yeah, not at this level.
Oh, and we're going to get some drone coverage of the ice hockey. We've got the green team and another blue team. And that is all the coverage we're going to get from the drone there. Oh, and it looks like we might be getting ready for another hockey game. Are they games or matches? Hockey.
Game is
Okay. Looks like we might have a gray team and a yellow team coming up. As we are on the search for runners here.
This is a great view, like, because after 11 hours of footage, it's like a whole new. It's almost as if we're making the turnaround, seeing things from a different perspective. Love it.
And upon Ward in the chat, he'd love to see how Taggart does off 15 to 20% less volume. Yeah, I mean, hindsight is obviously always 2020. Had he come out and crushed and run 10 hours and 48 minutes or something like that, I don't think anyone would be questioning the training, but I think that's just part of the learning experience for him. I'm sure he'll go back to the drawing board in regards to how he prepares for ultras. I'm with you. I hope he doesn't burn out because I think he's, again, one of the young bright spots for the sport as a whole. I think he's someone who is a little bit younger, a little bit more willing to put himself out there and can really help grow the sport in a number of different ways. So I definitely think it's something that he's going to go back and think about and go back to the drawing board. The good news is he's only 25 years old, so I don't think I don't think that he did a ton of irreparable damage to his body or anything like that with a big training block over the last year. But I'm sure that's something that he'll evaluate in time, and will definitely. And we'll definitely kind of reevaluate how he wants to do things,
Yeah, well put. And I did talk to a few people before the race. One of them, of course, being Skylar Hall of Run Flat, Stay Low fame, and he did say that his biggest concern for Taggart was that the treadmill world record was not fully there was still some remnants of that effort in his legs.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's always a fair concern after an effort like that, right?
Absolutely.
I didn't necessarily feel that way fully, but I think that's always in the back of your mind is the volume in that big effort still there? However, that being said, I don't know that you can pinpoint what happened today to that specific effort. I think there's that could have happened to kind of anyone with his experience level on any day. I mean that was his third ultra race if you count the treadmill world record. So that was his
third.
No, I mean the treadmill world record wasn't a race.
Oh. Well, third ultra.
Yeah, his second actual race. His second time towing the line in this sport with other competitors at the age of 25. So I mean there's a number of things, but but definitely, I think that's kind of how training goes for everyone. When you try to do something really tough and you come up a little bit short, is you look at what you did and you learn and you grow from it.
Absolutely.
So there's no doubt in my mind that that Tag's going to be back to do some amazing things. And a little behind the net action from the drone pilot here. He knows that the viewers are loving the
I think he stopped just for
cross-promotional
you, Matt.
coverage here. I don't know anything about hockey. I do know that when
What do
I
you
was
need
in
to know? I can
college,
tell you about hockey.
I do know that when I was in college, the Blackhawks won the Stanley Cup, and I went to school with a bunch of people from Chicago. So knew that, Rob.
That must have been exciting.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're probably like a Rangers fan, aren't you, Rob?
No, actually, I'm a Colorado Avalanche guy. I don't like.
You're never going to be allowed in the state of New York, man.
I don't root for any teams that are from the home state. I think it's
It's bad luck.
lame. I'm actually a Chicago Cubs fan when it comes to baseball. So
Oh my god.
Taggart, I know Taggart would appreciate that. But again, yeah, we're getting some great drone aerials here. But if I did, Matt, I'd have to pick a team from New York. It'd be the Islanders.
That's fair.
Believe that is Lee Jackson in the light blue singlet. Yeah, it's just like, it's just a whole new perspective on the runners. You can see really how smoothly she is moving.
Every lap that singlet gets closer and closer to an Aravaipa teal. Maybe it's my vision. Maybe my vision is just disintegrating in front of our very eyes here. But
we haven't been on the air that long.
It gets more and more ever teal as the coverage goes on. And there is Marissa Lizak in lane 1 there. Again, still just looking smooth and strong. And there was a question in the chat. Is she the greatest American 48-hour runner currently? And who asked that? JC in the chat.
Well, based on time alone, that sounds like it could be a subjective and an objective question.
Well,
so, objectively, the answer is yes.
Well, here's the thing. She is the 48-hour American record holder.
Correct.
So I think that it's to me, it is safe to say that she is currently the greatest female 48-hour runner in this country. So, yeah, I would. I will also preface that with JC. I don't know enough about the 48-hour distance to definitively say, but and actually, he wasn't asking just about this country. He was asking globally. In this country, I think it's a pretty safe thing to say that she is the best. I will say that I don't know enough about the 48-hour distance on the global scale to be able to give you a definitive answer. However, looks like Ultra Running History in the chat was willing to give us a little bit more context. And Marissa had the best time last year with 243 miles, or had the best distance, the best performance last year at 243 miles. And the current best this year is a runner from Poland at 232 miles. And I think Marissa, she may be on her way to surpass that world best mark right now. And again, this drone footage is brought to you courtesy of our very own Jamil Curry, who is our sole boots on the ground out there at the Pettit Center in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. He is the founder of Aravaipa Running and Steep Life Media, which, Rob, will be hosting our next live stream in just a few weeks.
That is right.
Of the Kendall Mountain Runs, which happens in Silverton, Colorado, which the storyline behind that is really cool. One, that is a really cool up a mountain, down a mountain race. However, Silverton is where this concept of steep life and run steep, get high was kind of concepted and founded.
Correct.
And so to come full circle now and have Steep Life Media, whose namesake was essentially cemented in the San Juans, to have it come full circle and for Steep Life Media to be providing coverage of an event in the San Juans, I think is really awesome. So I hope that you all will mark your calendars for that live event coverage, because it's going to be amazing, and that coverage will happen Sunday, July 11th. So I hope that you all are prepared for some amazing mountain coverage. But enough of the mountain talk, Rob. We've got some track and field coverage right here to bring to the people, and we have
That we do.
and we have some epic drone footage. You know, Jamil is showing off his skill set as a drone pilot, and he is doing so to help bring you all coverage. And we see on our left there, just going off the screen, was Jacob Moss and Lee Jackson.
Correct.
Yeah, so they just went off the screen. They are your men's and women's race leaders right now in the 24-hour race. And again, if you are just now joining us, Taggart VanEtten's day came to an end right around 100K. He was dealing with some cramping and stomach issues. And he had to pull the plug. However, if you do want to support Taggart, we do have a Run TVE shop. The link can be found in the bio or in the description of this video, and 50% of the proceeds of that merch will be going straight to the man himself to help kind of support his running endeavors as he continues to move forward.
Absolutely, because we're going to want to see him out at more races, from the Dome to other fixed time events, and of course, I personally would love to see him throw down in a golden ticket event.
Yeah. What event would you like to see him at, Rob?
Well, I'd eventually love to see him at Western States, hence the golden ticket. But to get there, he's going to have to run a golden ticket, which I would love to see him run Black Canyon.
The Black Canyon Ultras. The 100K distance. Right here in the great state of Arizona. And again, we see Mr. Nick Curry there on the screen, the shirtless runner, Scottsdale, Arizona, and Aravaipa Running Zone, Nick Curry. He is still trying to cut into the lead that Jacob Moss has stretched out over the last few hours here, and let's take a look at what their most recent lap splits were. So Jacob Moss ran lap 271 in 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Nick Curry's last lap was 2 minutes and 9 seconds. So again, he's running about 3 to 4 seconds per lap faster right now. He's going to have to probably crank it down another notch if he wants to make up that ground. However, he is still having himself a heck of a day and is on his way to a really strong run here. And there we see Marissa Lizak on your screen in the yellow singlet. And I want to see, Rob, if I can find the personal best of one Nick
The man himself.
Curry at the 100-mile
I've got a number in my
distance.
head that I think is right, but I'm not going to say it because if I'm wrong, I know you're going to use the next 5 minutes of air to make fun of me.
What do you think it is?
I thought it was like 1348 or something like that.
I don't believe so. I am going to confirm. Before I spew this information. You know, I want to make sure that my information is correct, Rob. I don't like to just take random guesses like someone else sitting on this set right now.
Begins.
No, I believe his personal best that I have found thus far is 14:09. So he is on track to having a really big run.
So this would be his
This would be a
first
PB.
sub 14.
Yeah, and he his personal best came at the 2020 Javelin 100.
Oh, wow. So, I mean, if he put in that same effort on a track
Yeah.
on that day,
Well, he
all things
came
considered,
through. He
that'd be
came
a
through 100
13:48.
miles at Desert Solstice in 14:21,
wow.
and then he did go on to run another 55 miles.
Right. That was when
so
he won last year with 155 and
yeah.
change.
Yep, exactly, and that is his 24-hour personal best as
Wow.
well. Is that 155 mark? So Nick is having himself a day, and is slowly. Well, not slowly. Is surely making his way towards a 100-mile, a big 100-mile PB.
Currently, well, yeah, that predicted 100-mile time on myraceresult.com is going down and down and down. He's currently now at 13 hours, 34 minutes, 41 seconds for a predicted 100-mile time. While Jacob Moss's is still staying pretty strong at around the 13:09 mark. So we shall see.
So he needs to make up roughly 25 minutes over the next, what do we need, 25 miles?
A minute
Yeah.
per mile.
He's not on track to do that. However, that doesn't mean it isn't doable. You know? To quote the great Kevin Garnett,
Here
anything
it comes,
is
guys.
possible.
Here it comes. I knew that one was coming. So that was amazing indoor drone footage courtesy of Jamil Curry. So big shout out to him for that. That was quite the professional pilot skills right there, Matt.
Yeah, I mean,
Circling around not one, but two hockey rinks. Rafters and many iron or cement, whatever they are, support beams. So,
yeah, I mean, that was pretty good. You know, the real question, what can't Jamil Curry do? That's the real question.
Don't know.
He's a Barkley Fun Run finisher. He's a multiple-time Hard Rock finisher. He's an indoor drone pilot. He's a business owner. He's a crew chief for one of the gentlemen who's going to finish on the podium for the 100-mile distance today, although that is not an official distance. You know, what can't he do? And there you see Olivier LeBlanc in the orange coat. Must be getting chilly in there as these runners continue to get more and more tired, because he's gone from long sleeve tee to long sleeve tee with the gray T-shirt over to both of those items with the orange jacket.
I wouldn't mind an orange jacket right now. It's getting chilly in the studio, Matt. I believe it is on pace to be down in the 50s to match the temperature inside the Pettit National Ice Center.
We haven't quite figured out how to up the humidity in the room quite yet,
I
though.
wouldn't mind that. It's been quite dry in the desert. Lee Jackson just dipping below the screen right there. And, of course, you know her by now in the yellow singlet, Marissa Lysak. And in the orange, that was Angie Darbison. Just behind Lee on this lap. About 0.8 miles behind her, so probably 3 laps behind at that point. Again, there he is on the screen in the red ASIC Metaskies. It was Jacob Moss, your men's race leader in the 24-hour, who is going for a fast 100-mile time here. He has less than a marathon to go. I will say that I agree with JC. TVE does need sponsors to make a run at Western States. Yeah, it would certainly help. I do know he is welcome to have a spot in Black Canyon, or I would assume he can throw down with the Speedy Elites there if he wants it. There are spots open in that race still. Again, if you're just tuning in, we are at 6 days in the Dome in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. This was the stage for Taggart VanEtten to attempt the 100-mile world record. Of course, he ran into some stomach issues, some cramps, and he decided to pull out of the race just under 62 miles in. So I'm sure we'll see him tackle it in the future, as we did talk to him, and he was very confident that it's still within his ability. We'll just happen to have to do it another day. So love to see that positive mentality, and we do wish Taggart a speedy recovery. Right now the race is on for the first to 100 miles between Nick Curry and Jacob Moss. Jacob Moss being the leader currently with an 8-lap lead over Nick. So the Charleston, South Carolina resident has 277 laps under his belt compared to Scottsdale's Nick Curry, who has 269 laps. So distance-wise, that works out to be about 2.2 miles. 2.25. And overall, about 25 miles to go. Well, 24 for, just under 24 for Jacob, and just over 25 for Nick. There's Lee Jackson, your women's leader, looking stronger each lap.
And here is Nick Curry there in lane 1, and we just saw Jacob Moss pass through the screen, so it looks like Nick is about to knock off another lap off of Jacob Moss's lead. So I believe that would cut it to under 8 laps once he passes Jacob Moss. There is Steve Yeager moving out into lane 2 there. He looks like he's moving pretty strong, so he's been out there all day and is moving pretty well. again.
We got some Jake Jackson in a new kit.
Oh my goodness.
He's
Jake-
just mixing
just-
it up.
You know, I bet he is every so often he's passing by his crew table and is like, "Oh, let me see what the guys on the live stream are saying." And he's like, "Oh, they've been talking about my kit. Oh, let me change it on them so they can't identify me anymore." We see what you're up to. We see what you're up to, Jake. Can't fool us. And here comes Jacob Moss, and you can see in the background Nick Curry is marching him down, trying to knock another lap off his lead. And again, Jacob Moss has roughly a 25-minute lead. Or as of about 10 minutes ago, he had a 25-minute lead, and Nick has slowly been chopping into that. All it takes is one guy to falter a little bit and another guy to throw down the hammer. I mean, that lead can get cut into pretty quickly. But we will see. I mean, Jacob Moss is still looking really strong, so I don't foresee him giving Nick anything to work with. I think if Nick catches him, it is more because of what Nick did and And so we are back trackside here. And we've got Nick Curry coming by right there again. He is trying to cut into Jacob Moss's lead just to catch up in the chat. Emily, I know I answered you in the chat. We had a small audio issue that we now know how to resolve on our end. But yes, Nicholas Curry, Aravaipa's own, little brother of the man on your screen right here, Jamil Curry, is going after a 100-mile PR, and he is well on his way. As long as he keeps things together, he's going to see himself to a new 100-mile PR. What do you think of that, Rob?
I think it's happening, without question.
I tried to call Sharpie on Taggart's world record earlier, so I'm going to avoid from putting that same karma on Nick. But I will say,
did I just step into a trap?
That I'm feeling good. No, you see, you didn't say Sharpie earlier. I said Sharpie.
I didn't. Always go dry erase. It looks like a Sharpie.
Yeah, gotta be dry erase.
Looks like a Sharpie, but you have room to change your mind. All right.
That right there was bib 135. That was the great Walter Orwin. Ohio. I don't know if he's from Ohio, but he definitely had some fans in Ohio. So shout out to Walter, whose crew table is right next to the crew table of the one and only Nick Curry.
That is correct. It looks like there's a bottle handoff right there. You see Jamil handing off the bottle to his younger brother, Nick. That's gotta feel good. It's got a brotherly affair here in the dome.
Yeah, and let's go ahead and pull up Nick's last lap split. It was a 2:07. And let's go ahead and pull up Jacob Moss's last lap split, which was a 2:12. So about 5 seconds Nick made up on that last lap. Again, he's going to have to crank it down pretty substantially.
Yeah.
If he wants to catch him. However, if he is just trying to continue to test his own limits and see how far under his PB he can go, then he's well on his way to that.
That is right. And that is the main race we are watching now. The race to 100 miles of Nick Curry against Jacob Moss.
What is your final prediction in terms of, does Nick Curry catch Jacob Moss, or how many laps does Jacob Moss hold on by? To me, it's probably more how many laps does Jacob Moss hold on by?
He's looking strong. Jacob, that's Jacob in the long hair. Just dip below the bottom of your screen. He looked really strong on that lap. Not that he hadn't. I think it's when they come through from time to time on the straightaway at the same time in this view, Nick looks faster and smoother.
Definitely.
Definitely. So the question behind the question you're asking, rather, Matt, really is there enough room for Nick to catch Jacob? Enough mileage left? Is there enough real estate on the track? Because I think the pace is set. I think Nick has the ability to close, but I'm I'm going to go with yes. I'm going to say we're going to come down to the final 15 minutes and we're going to be on the edge of these rolly chairs in the studio.
What is their mileage currently at?
So Jacob currently is at 79.9, and Nick is at 77.7. So there is a 2.2 mile difference.
And there is an 8-lap gap between the two right now, correct?
That is correct.
I'm going to say he comes up 2 laps short.
2 laps short.
That is less than 1 kilometer over the course of 100 miles. Over the course of 160.9 kilometers, he's going to come up about 0.9 kilometers short.
Okay. Very well could be the case. But
I mean, I hope not. I hope that he catches him.
I think the
with
chase
2
is
laps to go, and that they duke it out, and may the best person win.
10 miles from now, I think we're going to be saying the chase is on because it's going to be more clearly
we're
laid
at
out.
minus 7 laps. Now it just updated.
My point taken right
So
there.
my guess is he's probably closer to 7.5 laps behind, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So the next time Jacob Moss crosses the line, it'll go back up to 8 probably?
Correct.
Well,
And there you just saw a cross at the bottom of your screen, Miss Lee Jackson. She is the women's race leader, and she holds a 4-lap lead over Miss Angie Darbison. And they have put, and it looks like Tatiana Rapinski is now the 3rd female. Is that correct?
yep. Well, nope. Hold on. I have a different screen up. I've got my favorites screen up. So let me go to the overall here, Matt.
We will work on getting you an update on that.
We are on hour 12.
Well,
right?
we have started the 12th hour of
Yes.
coverage because we kicked off the coverage at 6:30
That's true.
a.m.
6:30. I was thinking 5:30, but I still have Cocodona fresh on the brain. That's when we started
Yeah.
our day 2.
Jem Rooney in the chat. How quick can we print Nick Curry 1359 or bust shirts? I mean, we could have those for sale right now. 1359 or bust. Well, we couldn't have them for sale right now.
We couldn't have
but
them for sale, but we could probably have them for print. Well, actually, we couldn't. Well,
we could take
if
pre-orders.
we could take pre-orders.
Just email info@aravaiparunning.com if you're interested in a 1359 or bust Nick Curry limited edition tee, and we might be able to make it happen. For you, Jem, we might be able to print you just a 1 of 1 and send it your way all the way to... Actually, you know what, Jem? We might make you come and pick it up so that you have to come do one of our races one of these days, buddy.
We'd love to see Jim out at one of our races the minute that he can travel again from Australia.
You know, maybe...
Oh, it's looking like 1330 or bust. We're getting some intel on the ground right there.
You know, I can just picture the shirt already. You know,
That's a good point. He has 13:59 in the bag. Like, it's not the question of sub 14. It's a question of, is he going to go sub 13:30?
That's a done deal, isn't it? What's he at now?
I mean,
I think
he's
he was
closing
at
in on it.
13:33 or something the last time we checked, wasn't he?
13:32. Woo!
Yeah. There is Jacob Moss. We just saw Nick Curry come through, so he is, just trying to inch his way towards making up another lap on Mr. Moss again. Right now, he's running about 5 seconds faster per lap than current race leader Jacob Moss. Both gentlemen, I believe, are planning to call it a day after 100 miles. So both of them are on their way to 100-mile PRs, which is amazing. And there is your women's race leader, Miss Lee Jackson, there in the Aravaipa teal singlet that she is rocking. And Rob, I believe that we are entering the phase of the race which our very own TJ Gardner has penned.
The Nick Curry zone.
It is the ground between 50 and 100 miles, between water and electrolytes. And it lies between the white lines and the running of personal best. This is the dimension of ultra running. It is an area which we call the Nick Curry zone. I believe that we have officially entered the Nick Curry zone, ladies and gentlemen, as he is trying his best to march down current race leader, Mr. Jacob Moss, who is doing everything he can to fend off Mr. Curry.
Classic.
Highland Running Club. Do we know how fast Nick is clicking off miles right now? I don't know what his mile pace is. However, I do know that his last lap was a 2:02 lap, which was 4 minutes and 35 seconds per kilometer, which is about 7:24 pace. Rob is going to double check my math. Nick swinging to the outside there on your screen to throw away some trash. Again, he is having himself a heck of a run.
That's how fast that pace would be, but overall, he's averaging about 8-minute, 8:07. If he would have run 13:31 for 100 miles, which is his current predicted time, it'd be 8:07.
But you were saying
Thank you so much for that insight, Rob.
Did I give you incorrect info?
No, the question was just how fast is he running right now, I think.
Well, I was giving you a little
You were
full story.
adding
adding
additional
context.
dimensions to the narrative. I really appreciate that. You know,
There are multiple dimensions once inside
the Nick
Nick
Curry
Curry
zone.
zone.
Oh man. And so Nick's last lap, as of our most recent update here, was a 2:04 lap. And Jacob Moss, your current race leader, his last lap was a 2:12. So Nick is now making up about 8 or 9 seconds per lap, Rob, which would be roughly 27 or 28 seconds per mile.
Yeah, I just think it's going to be a tighter race, notably tighter race 10 miles from now.
And Rob, while you are pulling stuff up over there, are you able to pull up Miss Marissa Lizak's current predicted finish for
Yes.
JC in the chat?
For sure. Her current predicted total distance over 48 hours would be 257.31 miles. That's 257.31.
And so that is based off of average pace, I
Yes.
believe, correct? So if she hit that, she would obliterate the American women's record, which is her own, at 243.5. She is probably running slower than average pace right now, so it may be a bit closer, but she is having herself a pretty good run right now. And there you see on your screen Nick Curry again, still looking pretty smooth. He is trying to chase down current race leader Jacob Moss, but more importantly, he is trying to chase down a new 100-mile PR.
And just so we know, we're talking about that Nick Curry is kind of in the sweet spot of his race, and this has been dubbed the Nick Curry zone. Ladies and gentlemen, the Nick Curry zone is essentially what we're told we're in right now.
There you have it. I mean,
So
look at that
welcome to
beautiful
the
face.
Nick Curry zone.
So welcome, viewers.
So thank you, TJ, for that graphic.
Let's see. JC in the chat. What Olivier is doing at the age of 49 is amazing. Yeah, Olivier LeBlanc is on his way to a new American record if he can keep it up. And he is already the American record holder, but he is having a really good run. Let me just check and make sure he is still on track here. And his average pace does have him on track still to break his own American record. However, there is still a lot of running left, and those predictions are based off of average pace as opposed to anything else.
And again, coming through the screen right there, there's Jacob Moss. And Lee Jackson in the light blue singlet, our female leader.
And Nick Curry just dropped his fastest lap of the day, Rob.
Yet again.
His first lap under 2 minutes, 1:59.
He's down. Predicted 13:30:43.
What is Mr. Moss's predicted time?
13:10:28. So
the
Moss
gap
has gained
is
about a minute, and it has added a minute, and Nick is decreasing his time by 2 minutes from our last check. So as you said, the gap is getting smaller.
And they're just at 80-ish miles, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And so I believe in the last 5 to 10 miles, that gap has shrunk. In the last 10 miles, that gap has shrunk by about 5 minutes. And what was Jacob Moss's last lap? While Nick is running 1:59, Jacob Moss ran a 2:14. So, again, there, 2:14 last lap, which is still pretty consistent as you look through his splits here. Not a lot of duds, not a lot of super blazing ones through here, but usually right between the 2:09 and the 2:15 mark there. So, doesn't have a lot of bad ones. You know, he has a 3:01 in here that was probably a bathroom break. But outside of that, a really consistent run today from Jacob Moss. Not even really a stretch where he had some bad ones. He's just been really consistent all day. And that consistency is going to be key as Nick Curry is on the hunt. We are in the Nick Curry zone, Rob.
We are.
And we are bringing you coverage of 6 days in the Dome, the Saturday 24-hour race. This coverage is brought to you by the wonderful, wonderful people over at SaltStick. So shout out to them if you're interested in trying their product. Use promo code WorldRecord at saltstick.com for 20% off.
That is right, because of course, the reason that brought us out here was Taggart VanEtten's attempt at 100 miles, laid it on the line. And unfortunately, we'll have to see it another day. But he does look to be in good spirits. And he did say, after stopping at 61.4 miles, he did say that he would likely be coming back in the morning to cheer on the finishers that are on the track right now. They will be finishing, those of the runners that decide to go the full 24 or 48 hours will be finishing at 9 a.m. Central tomorrow.
Jacob Moss just plugging along. Man, those shoes look fast. I'm going to give him a try, Matt.
Yeah, go for it. I mean, you need all the advantages you can get. You've already linked up with Coach Bitter.
I'm going to walk away from today with quite the takeaway. Got a coach, unofficially. Got some intel on some shoes. Got some electrolytes. And we're hearing that Jamil shouted fastest lap of the day at his brother Nick, and Nick's reaction was a smile. Just pressed on, moving around that track. That is, it sounds a lot like a Nick Curry reaction right there. Running his own race from the get-go. And entering the zone that he was made for.
There you see Lee Jackson, the current women's 24-hour race leader there in the teal at the bottom of your screen. She's been looking strong all day as well. Just having herself a really good run so far today.
Yeah, just looking stronger and stronger every single lap.
And you can see on the screen Jacob Moss here in the foreground, and in the back, halfway down the stretch, Nick Curry is continuing to charge. When they're in the same shot, Rob, it is very evident.
That's my point.
Just the difference in how fast they're moving. It's not that my point is, it's not that Jacob Moss looks like he is deteriorating.
No,
it just looks like Nick Curry. He is like the
Benjamin
runner
Buttoning
version.
his race. He's getting faster as it.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Basically, he looks like the Terminator. Like if Arnold Schwarzenegger were an ultra runner, it would be Nick Curry. Like, it just is what it is. Like at the start of the race, I'm just picturing Nick saying, "I'll be back." And then the race starts, and all of a sudden, by the end, he's back.
I almost spit out my Topo Chico there. That was nicely timed joke from you, Matt, as I was mid-sip.
You know, have we worked out the Topo Chico sponsorship yet, Rob? If
Not
anyone watching has any connects at Topo Chico, Rob wants one not just for this live stream, but like for his life. He just wants a life sponsor from Topo Chico.
Yeah, he's now in sub 13:30 territory on that last lap. Put him at a predicted 13:29.40, and he's got under 20 miles. Let's go.
You know what we used to say?
This was not the race that was the focus. It was a story that we were following, but the fact that Nick's personal best is now also a chase for the first 100 miles. It's just like this special. It's the gift. This ultra running is the gift that keeps on giving. Stories continue to unfold as the race itself unfolds, Matt.
Yeah, and here we go. You will be able to watch. You see in lane 1 with the heart rate strap is Jacob Moss, and in lane 3, charging down the straightaway, is Nick the Terminator Curry, and he literally looks like he is just on a mission.
He's getting faster every lap.
Well, and the thing that is probably beneficial for Nick is these straightaways look really long. So obviously this is a 440-meter track, but I wonder if the straightaways are longer. So the turn radius is still pretty similar, but to like a traditional outdoor track, but you've got more room on the straightaways versus having like wider turns than an outdoor track. The straightaways look really long.
That's a really good point.
And so him being able to like see Jacob Moss, I think is keeping him engaged. And so once he passes him, it's probably a little bit harder for a few laps until he gets him back in sight and is able to start marching him down once again. And again, if we are looking at the predicted 100-mile times, Nick Curry is now at 13:29:24, and Jacob Moss still hanging tight at 13:10:38. So again, it's not that Jacob is fading. He's staying right around his race average, so he's not losing a ton of time relative to his predicted time. It's just that Nick Curry is making up minutes as he continues to go deeper and deeper into the Nick Curry zone. And there you see him, even just in one lap, he is gapped. Even just in that one lap, he has gone from behind Jacob Moss to ahead of Jacob Moss by about 8 seconds. So he's cranking, man. He's cranking.
And I'm just kind of I'm perusing through Jacob's Instagram right now at the Jacob Moss. And he did call his shot back on June 12th saying that he is going for a, quote, big PR at the 6 days in the Dome 24-hour.
So wait, is he going to throw down the full 24 hours?
I don't think so. I think based on his pace, I don't think so. But I think he's saying that is his stage for his big PR.
Well, what would his predicted distance would be 182.
I mean,
that would be a big PR.
He'd be like 10K away from Giannis's record at that point.
That'd be a 23-mile PB.
Yeah. No.
He said big PB.
Unless that's what's actually going down. We'll see if we can confirm that based on some context clues here. But
is he an ASICS sponsored athlete, or was that his super shoe of choice?
It looks like one of the stores that he has sponsored, a store that he is sponsored by in Charleston. Hooked him up with the shoe before they get it in, so it is like an exclusive, at least to the area.
Nice. Shout out to Jacob Moss, though. He is having himself a day. And there again are your two women's race leaders. On the left, you have Lee Jackson, and on the right in the yellow you have Marissa Lizak, your 24-hour in Lee Jackson, and your 48-hour champion or leader in Marissa Lizak, right there on your screen together.
And Nick Curry's latest lap continues to lower his predicted 100-mile time to 13:28:56. So
the gap is now about
every
18 minutes with 17 miles to go. So
still on about
he's going
a minute
to have
per mile
to
pace.
he's going to have to outrun him by about a minute per mile, which it's a big ask.
When you put it like that, that is a huge ask.
When Jacob Moss is not falling apart. You know, he is
Right.
running pretty consistent to his average splits. He's not cranking it down like Nick Curry is, whose latest lap splits have been some of his fastest, but he's not falling apart by any means. You know, and so Nick has had in his last 7 laps, he has had 4 laps under 2 minutes. Those were his first 4 laps of the day that were under 2 minutes. So 4 of his last 7 laps were some of his fastest laps.
And there he is right now coming in.
Yeah, and so I mean he's gapping Jacob Moss by about 15 seconds per lap, which is just not quite enough to get it done. He's gonna need to gap him by about 18-ish seconds per lap in order to catch him. That is, again, rough numbers, not guaranteed to be accurate.
Right. Well, and I'm trying to analyze their gait very closely each time they come through on the straightaway. This is like the perfect angle for it. Because it does appear that Jacob's leg turnover and his stride is decreasing in length, and his gait is starting to swing. His legs are starting to swing ever so slightly out to the left and the right. So his efficiency is going to drop if that's the case. But I'm continuing to watch this before I make a definitive conclusion on this. So Matt, I'll have you between the two of us, I'll call you more of the expert when it comes to a lot of that stuff. So I'd love to hear your thoughts if we look closely the next time.
Yeah, the next time Jacob
down.
Moss comes down this home stretch, I'll definitely look more at his
should be
running mechanics.
20 seconds or so away from your screen, because I counted before. Nick Curry is roughly 22 seconds ahead, not ahead of him because he's chasing after him, but
ahead on this on who's going to arrive on our screen first.
Yeah, exactly. So we should be a handful of seconds away from seeing Jacob Moss again at the top of your screen.
There he is.
There he is.
Yeah, his right leg.
Look at his right leg.
Is rotating outward a little bit. I haven't paid attention to it early on though, so I can't say that I noticed that a big difference compared to earlier because I wasn't paying too much attention. But part of that is going to just happen as you're on a track. Your hips start to get really tight.
Well,
you can see he's almost starting to like sit down in the saddle a little bit more, so not staying up nice and tall. And part of that's just fatigue. However, and I definitely understand your concerns, Rob, the lap splits are just telling a little bit different of a story. I mean, he's slowing a little bit, but he is still running like 213 to 215 laps over his last
You're right. You got to look at the
dozen
full
laps
picture,
or so. And so Will that energy efficiency take its toll on him? Yeah, it probably will, but it's a matter of like how much does that slow him down? And I think it's probably going to slow him down maybe at worst maybe a couple seconds per lap by the end,
Okay.
as opposed to him falling apart. I think right now what he needs to do is just what he's doing, and that's just keep moving forward. Don't worry so much about trying to get back down into the 2.0s. Like, don't worry about trying to click off 2:05 per lap. Try to just click off what you can click off without having to walk, without having to take prolonged breaks, things like that. So I think that's where Jacob Moss's focus probably is right now. But you can definitely tell a difference between his running mechanics and someone like Nick's, who's still very, like, standing up fairly tall for Nick and still moving on a singular plane. So a lot of straightforward motion, not a lot of wasted energy. But, I mean, overall, Jacob Moss is looking really good. It's just, the 1 foot.
Just take a look at that right leg, though. The thing that is different is he's been consistent from the waist up. He's got that tight, arms tight in, so he's been consistent there. But if you watch his right leg, it's telling a different story.
Well, Rob,
I'm not disagreeing with
not to leave you
anything.
in suspense,
Yeah.
but only time will tell.
And I'm not trying to disagree with anything you said. I agree with 100% of everything you just said. You have to look at the full picture. And on paper, it doesn't look like Jacob will lose the lead because there may not be enough real estate despite the power of the Nick Curry zone. But I guess I'm going to go full circle on this and just say you're right. Time will tell. But watch the gait of a lot of these runners because when they come in, you could see how it changes over time. Does it stay strong? Does it start to deteriorate, fall apart? Mechanics is everything. All of that core stabilization exercise, band work, all of that stuff plays a huge role. Genetics aside, plays a huge role in these later distances. As I know, because I will attest that to the main reason that I got crushed last weekend at Big Pine 27K. There you go. You happy, Matt? I said it for you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that there was anything more than I had more for you than you expected, Rob.
That is true.
Well, I mean, look at Nick here on the straightaway. Just absolutely a smooth operator, if I might say so.
I will say he's doing a little bit of that an arm throw with his right arm, but I to be honest, I don't know if that's just his style, and I just hadn't totally noticed it because now I've got my magnifying glass out, and I'm just kind of analyzing every bit of detail, especially with both of these runners. And the great point in the chat that I believe Padraig Mullins who is in third place overall, is going for the full 24 hours. So that would put him as the presumptive leader for the 24-hour distance.
Assuming that Jacob Moss is not going the full 24
right,
hours.
Yeah, because that
he
was
did say on the gram.
But again, I think it was.
Has he said anything more recently?
You know what? I don't know. Following his Instagram story, looks like his friends are watching the stream. So if Jacob Moss's friends or family are watching the stream, I would love if you could jump into the chat and confirm. Is he going for a full 24, or is he just laying it all on the line for a PR in the 100? We shall see.
I mean, he is no stranger to 24 because, of course, he is a U.S. 24-hour team member. You know, Matt, this is kind of making me miss track events as far as, like, running them myself. I'm going to have to
Well, running them yourself.
start
I was
just
going to
doing more
say,
lap
Rob,
work.
there is plenty of
Track
of
stuff.
amazing live track and field coverage
coming up.
presented by our friends over at NBC over the coming 34 days, Rob, before the big event over in Japan happens. So I hope that you are
Okay.
as sized up as I am.
We do have confirmation. Sorry to cut you off, Matt. Jacob Moss is going for the full 24 hours at this pace.
I have no words.
That changes everything. So right now, it is no longer the race to 100 miles, so I'm going to update that banner. Thank you, Jamil, for that confirmation on the ground. We wouldn't have not have thought that if we didn't go. We checked out what. My mind is blown, so I'm going to have to update that. It does have a substantial lead over Patrick Mullins then, and we do know that Nick is just going for a PB for the 100-miler.
Maybe he changes his mind.
Maybe we can get Nick to change his mind and go for the full 24. Think his crew would be up for it? What do we think?
You know, I think if Jamil convinces Nick to stick it out for the full 24 hours for some reason, that Rob, I could convince you to stay on air for the full 24 hours.
We might need some more pizzas. And
another pot of coffee.
Another pot of coffee. We had a very low ball 1.5 pots of coffee today. What happened?
You know, we've been trying to provide comprehensive coverage here, Rob. We haven't been able to step away to refill the mugs quite as frequently as we would have thought. I also brought 2 massive like travel mugs from home
of coffee. So you
of
had
coffee, so I was prepared.
You had a head start.
Yeah, I had a head start.
Well, quite the information on that. So thank you again for that update. That is incredible.
So I mean, at this point, it's can you pull up the prediction for Mr. Moss?
Yeah, that is gonna put him at predicted time. Again, the predicted distance would be 182, just over 182 miles, based on average pace.
Which puts him at about 9 kilometers off a 24-hour world record.
What?
A world record that is that is thought to be not unbreakable, but pretty tough.
Yeah.
Pretty close.
Of course, you're talking about the record held by the Giannis Kouros.
Yeah, not to be confused with Giannis Antetokounmpo of the Milwaukee Bucks in the NBA. This record is held by Giannis Kouros.
Wow. Well, I'm.
And is that Miss Jamila walking in
It
lane
is.
1 there? Miss Jamila, who did the 24-hour Friday event, got back on the track to get some laps in today for the Saturday 24-hour event, and she is wrapping things up with the 6-day event starting tomorrow at noon. And there you see Lee Jackson again just crossing the bottom of your screen. And here is Jacob Moss, who is your current 24-hour race leader by quite a bit. Nick Curry is in second place in the 24-hour. However, Nick is only he's going to be calling it a day at 100 miles. So he's still, if he wants to be the first person to cross the 100-mile mark, he will need to catch Mr. Moss. So maybe the race is still on. There you see Marissa Lizak there in what is now, I mean, by this time it's the iconic neon yellow singlet. Your 48-hour American record holder for the women, and she is trying to break that record. She has been moving consistently at about the same pace the entire day as Nick Curry comes into the shot here. He's still moving pretty good. He doesn't quite look like the Terminator anymore, so I'd love to see what his more recent lap splits are, but he still looks pretty doggone good. Yeah, and so he's back in the 206 to 209 range, which obviously still really quick laps, but just say about 10 laps ago he was down in the 159 to 202 range. So Nick has slowed ever so slightly. However, he is still running about 8 to 10 seconds per lap faster than Jacob Moss. Jacob Moss's last lap, though, was a 2:38, so I wonder if he had to stop for either a bathroom break or some form of quick nutrition refresh, because that 2:38 just gave up 33 seconds to Nick Curry based on Nick's last lap. So that is a pretty substantial amount over one lap, but again, that was likely due to a stop of some form.
I still don't think I've gotten over the fact that Jacob Moss is actually running the full 24 hours. He still would have 100 miles in his legs to come close to his predicted. Well, that would put him just over what his predicted
is
finishing
based
distance.
on average, though, and he hasn't been slowing much off of his average. He has been slowing slightly, and he does still have basically 11 hours to go. Or no, more than that. Jeez, what am I saying? Oh, no, yeah, 12 hours and 40 minutes. So
Yeah, you're right.
I wasn't that far off.
No, he's a little under halfway.
Yeah, exactly. There is Nick Curry, ladies and gentlemen.
As you can see there on the on screen, Nick Curry is on pace for his 100-mile PR.
Big 100-mile PR at that, Rob. What is his prediction? It looks like is 13:27. His current 100-mile PR, I believe, is 14:09 on a non-certified course at Javelina.
So that'd be 42 minutes.
That would be 42 minutes. His second best time, which was on a certified course, I believe was at Desert Solstice.
14:21.
14:21 100-mile split. That did come during a big 24-hour push, though. So it's good to see Nick giving a fair 100-miler a shake, you know. Yeah, 14:21 at Desert Solstice last year.
I gotta say, Jake Jackson is looking smooth out there.
there again is Jacob Moss, and you are starting to see Nick Curry again. They are on the same frame. So one end of the straightaway to the other. We will see what that distance is next time they come through. Again, Nick is looking really strong. You can tell that that he is feeling pretty good. Obviously, he's starting to hit a certain point where it gets tough. You know, you hit a certain point where you got to go into the pain cave there a little bit. But Nick Curry doesn't go into the pain cave. He goes into the Nick Curry zone.
He goes in to the Nick Curry zone.
Maybe he goes into the Curry corner.
The yeah, but you know, Matt, we were comparing Nick's, based on the look of their stride, their gait, their running form. We're comparing Nick Curry to Jacob Moss. It's almost a moot point now that we know that Jacob is indeed running the 24 hours.
Yeah, but the question still holds true, Rob. Who is going to be the first person?
And it does sound like, and that's
100 miles.
And to that, the question is, Jacob asked if Nick was going to catch him to 100 miles. So maybe it is still accurate to say there is a race to 100 miles.
Well, I mean, someone hits the 100-mile mark first.
Yeah.
That is how it works.
Right.
And we are going to find out today who that individual will be, and we are able to do so because of our good friends at SaltStick, Rob.
We
Who
are
are presenting you this coverage from 6 days in the Dome. And the reason I mention that is because I don't know about you, Rob, but I personally could use another lemon lime SaltStick fast chew here.
I go for one as myself.
Yeah, I mean, they're great. And so SaltStick, one of the only...
I just gave you the whole pack.
One of the only... This is what Rob just gave me here. One of the only electrolyte manufacturers whose formula is predicated to, or is designed to match the electrolyte balance, or the balance of electrolytes that you lose in sweat. So, their formula is essentially designed to help reduce cramping and muscle fatigue so that you can continue to push forward and move forward with your endurance activities without, that upset stomach and stuff like that. So shout out to our wonderful friends at SaltStick. If you want to try out some of these lemon lime SaltStick fast chews, go to saltstick.com and use the promo code World Record.
We're getting egged on to do a SaltStick challenge.
I think that would be... Can you eat? I think you can eat all of those.
Yeah. Like, what am I meant to do? Do you want me to just, throw them back all at once?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, SaltStick, for allowing us to do things like this. And for still wanting to be a part of our coverage. And there you saw Nick Curry just pass, and now here comes Jacob Moss. So Nick has made up another lap on Jacob, and I apologize for the audio quality currently. As you just saw, I have a bag full of salt sticks in my mouth, so it's a little hard for me to speak with a proper pronunciation. Courtesy of Rob and our wonderful boss, Jamil, for egging us on. So thank you. But for real, thank you so much to the people at SaltStick for supporting us and supporting Taggart. And everything. So some really good people over there. So again, SaltStick.com and use the promo code World Record for 20% off.
That is right, Matt. You know what? I feel bad I made you do that, so I'm going to put a little something on the line right now. If Nick Curry does not run a 13:25 or better, I will eat a handful of the other flavor on the shelf.
I believe there were 6 that went into my mouth.
I will eat 7.
No, 6 is fine. You don't have to one-up me.
I will one-up. I will eat 7. If Nick Curry does not run a 13:25 100-mile or better, I will eat 7. So there you have it. So we'll see that. But we still got some time before we get there because currently he is at 85 miles with
projection of 13:29.
13:29.
So wait, does he have to run under 13:25 or under 13:26? So like, would 13:25:59 count or not count?
That'd be fine. Sorry, yeah.
Okay.
It's 13:25:59 or bust.
Okay,
yeah.
cool. 13:25:59 or bust.
Yeah.
I'm trying to stuff the salt stick chews like into the chipmunk, into like the into the chipmunk pouches there, so that I can talk on air. But I don't know.
You could just take the
I don't know how
microphone
good
off
it's
and
turning
chew
out.
them.
Yeah, I could do that, but I want the people to know that I'm actually going through with this, and not just like, oh, taking the headsets off and spitting them out. No, I'm not new to this. I'm true to this, Rob.
So Jacob Moss. Overall, Nick has now got 1.5 miles back on him, so he is continuing to close that gap. Again, Nick Curry is on pace for a 100-mile PR. And the race to 100 miles, of course, is still on between Jacob Moss and Nick Curry. Nick Curry just coming through the bottom of your screen there. Looking stronger and stronger each lap.
You know, I don't know about you, Rob, but I'm feeling pretty amped up about this race to the proverbial 100-mile finish line.
Yeah, really, it's really closing in. I mean, we still got 15 miles, but I don't know. I think yeah, here's Jacob Moss right here. It's going to be tight.
How many laps behind is Nick right now?
I believe 7 laps. 7 laps. Oh, it just crossed over to 6, so he's probably, I'll say 6.5 laps.
Yeah, so 6.5 laps. What did I say he'd finish behind him? 2?
Said 2. I think you're getting pretty close.
Yeah, I think I'm getting pretty close. I think he's going to come up a little bit short unless he just has something incredible left in the tank. You know, if all of a sudden he hits 10 laps to go and starts dropping 155ers, you know, on us, then you never know.
I mean, I've got a good feeling that he's capable of 155s.
Capable, of course. Is he gonna be able to do it today with being this far under PR pace for 100 miles already?
Well, no, that's what I mean by capable. Capable today, in this moment. He's capable on any given day to wake up and run 155 for 440 meters. But in the closing dozen miles, I think he's more than capable. I think he's actually holding out for it. Yeah.
I've got no comment.
Your silence said it all, Matt. You know I'm right.
I know Nick isn't going to talk to me ever again, and that is just a risk I'm willing to take to bring the people good, unbiased, and honest
This
coverage.
is not biased.
Rob.
He's.
I have never brought.
I watched him close at Black Canyon like a
just saying.
beast.
I'm clearly the unbiased
Arguably, if
commentator.
we didn't make him go live on the live stream, he could have potentially had a golden ticket. I'm of course kidding. I think he was too many minutes back, but it's a joke that we like to say. I think he was about 8 minutes back on Sensman, but
I don't know,
probably
Rob.
only lost 3 to the live
I think it's
stream.
your Arizona bias coming through.
That too.
You should try and be a little more like me and be a little more unbiased in your opinions. You know, I never factor in that someone is from the great state of Illinois into my hot takes and opinions. Of course I'm kidding. Of course I'm kidding. No, I agree with you in all seriousness that Nick is more than capable of...
He's holding that 6-lap lead right now.
Yeah, it's just a matter of like having too much gap having built up.
He's got 12 and a quarter miles essentially to work with because he has 14 miles to go.
What is the projected 100-mile split gap between the two now? Oh, geez. Oh, wait, that can't be right.
Wait.
I'm looking at the wrong thing.
Sorry, that's their overall time on track.
Yeah.
That would have been insane.
Yeah.
Overall.
So it's 16
13
minutes?
Yeah.
With, what'd you say, 11 and a half miles to go?
Yeah, well, 11 and a half miles for Jacob, because that's essentially when the real estate runs out. It's not the fact that Nick has 14 miles to go. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be close. You know, I think it's going to... I mean, again, the fact that it could come down to less than a mile of a difference between the two over the course of 100 miles, I think is pretty cool.
That is correct.
And speaking of, well, we got a camera change here. There is Nick Curry, though. And there is Jacob Moss in the foreground there. He is about a half a lap ahead of Nick Curry in terms of when they get to us. And Adam in the chat said Lee has actually been gaining on Padraig over the last few laps. And there is Miss Lee Jackson herself, and there is Marissa Lizak. And here comes Mr. Nick Curry, as he is again going into the Curry corner, or the Nick Curry zone, and is trying to be the first person to cross the 100-mile distance. He is currently in second to Jacob Moss who has roughly a 6-lap lead. Again, the track is 443 meters, so 6 laps would be roughly 2.5 kilometers, which is about a mile and a half.
Yeah, and to answer Midas in the chat, Nick is 6 laps back from Jacob. So he is 6 laps on the 443.45 meter track back from our overall leader.
Is Jacob Moss right there. And his last laps,
shorts.
his last 2 laps were 2:15 and 2:17. To compare that to Nick Curry, his last 2 laps were 2:07 and 2:06.
Yeah,
So
that's Jacob there, just coming through the screen with the black shorts with the neon waist.
And the heart rate monitor.
What's that? And the heart rate monitor.
Heart
correct,
rate monitor.
Yeah, Lee Jackson just is really laying down some amazing laps, lap after lap.
Yeah, I wonder is she going to make a
220s.
push at the full 24-hour, or is she going for a 100-miler, or what is Miss Lee up to?
That's a great question, Matt. There's Olivier LeBlanc coming in. She's just plugging along mile after mile.
Yeah, and he is in the 48-hour race, which started yesterday morning at 9 a.m. local time. Adam in the chat said Lee is going for the 24 hours, and then Jamil says Lee won Umstead in 2016 in 15:41. Yeah, and she actually also had a big performance earlier this year at the Icy 8 hours, where she was the champion, and in 8 hours, Rob, 47.5 miles. That's pretty dang impressive. I believe that would be for 24 hours a 142 pace, 142 miles. Obviously, it's a lot different. 8 hours, 8-hour pace versus a 24-hour pace, but that's still a really impressive performance for Lee Jackson, and she is looking to have a really strong run today.
Yeah. There's Nick Curry without a singlet, the black shorts, white shoes coming down. We're going to switch over to a view from his aid station table now. He's got his bottles out. I just saw his brother Jamil getting his bottles set up, so I can only imagine there's going to be a bottle pickup the next time he passes.
Jamil, what is the purple drink in the water bottle there? If you can type that into the live stream chat.
There's Lee Jackson.
That would be wonderful. Lee Jackson is she's crushing it. She's
Yeah,
running
can you guys
some
hear me
really,
okay?
some really strong laps as of late. And there you see Jacob Moss.
You know, from that angle, he does. He's got that 24 hours on
I
his
can hear myself.
crosshairs. I can see it. I can feel it. Actually looks quite smooth.
Well, if you can hear me, the purple drink is cranberry juice.
Yeah,
another purple drink before that was like a blueberry juice.
You probably did.
And
But
those are all
that's
gone
okay.
at this
But
point.
worth
Just
looking
have
at.
that one left.
That is okay. I don't know if we'll get a purple drank update or not, but we will continue to pester Jamil to let us know what's in the bottle.
He's running quadruple duty. And let's
Yeah.
see if there's a bottle pickup. Not this
Nope,
time, but
not
potentially
this
next
lap.
time Nick will pick up a bottle. He's got his
The purple drink is cranberry,
juice.
That's interesting.
All right. Oh, he had a Naked brand juice smoothie before. All right. Interesting. I'd be curious to know, like, how long or how meticulous Nick is at dialing in his nutrition, and, like, for how long has his current nutrition plan been his plan? Because those things can change over time. What works for you today might not work for you in 3 years from now. But I'd be curious, when a water bottle setup aside, how long has Nick had his current plan dialed in, or is it a constant evolution, work in progress?
And there you see 48-hour female leader Marissa Lizak coming past the trackside.
I think, Rob, you were asking
camera
me about
angle
his
here.
plan.
That is Amy
I mean,
Garbison, or
He
Angie
definitely had his
Garbison,
nutrition plan
I
dialed.
believe.
He's got all of his
who
food
just came by.
in these little bags.
He's going to hand him
I guess hour
bag
9
off.
was
Number
went
9
to a
looks like
different
it's got
plan,
gummy
but most of them
worms,
he's
a
picked
Cliff
up.
Bar.
Hour 5 is still here.
a little honey stinger in bag
Hour
5.
13
I'm going to imagine
is
that's
this one.
because he's
He
like,
had a
I want
lot
bag
in hour
13.
12.
Bag
But,
13 was definitely
yeah, I think
heavier
his-
on the gummy worms.
Pretty sure his
Bag
basic
9.
plan was on target.
Well, this
He
might be a
was
bag 13 handoff. We'll
7
see.
hours and, or no, 6 hours, 53 minutes for his first 50 miles, and he's going to have a significant negative
this is
split
pretty
for his
interesting.
second
They have
50, which I know is his plan.
They have
So,
their aid station
all getting ready for that World 24
drop
hour
bags,
this
their
fall.
crew
I know
bags,
Jacob Moss will be there.
coated
and most of the other
like
guys
a
as well.
like a
Here he comes
baseball
around.
coach has pitches coated for the pitcher. You know?
He's got it
Hit me with a 13. What is that? Is that a slider? No, it's a bag of gummy worms when you're talking when you're talking ultra running on the track here.
Just watching these men and women run around the track is just making me feel artificially fast. I'm definitely going to go home and try to lay down the fastest mile around my neighborhood tonight. I'm going to run a high 9-minute mile, I think.
Oh, man. And here is the 24-hour women's race leader, Miss Lee Jackson.
They're saying we can hear Jamil. It shouldn't be because he's muted, but I will. I'll take a look into that, folks. Shouldn't be able to hear him anymore. I'll take a look into that, folks. Shouldn't be able to hear.
Jamil apologizing in the chat. I don't think you need to apologize, Jamil. We were just trying to.
I apologize. I see what happened. He unmuted himself to tell us when he was showing the bags. I had him muted in my ear because if I don't mute him, I hear all the other camera feeds. So I apologize.
We were just trying to keep the chat on their toes.
We were keeping the
to be
chat.
honest.
Yeah. So I was probably interrupting him. So I apologize for that. My wife just texted me to let me know.
That you were
that
talking over.
Yeah.
That you were talking over. That's not nice. Rob, be nice. Stop talking over Jamil.
No, that's not what happened.
Oh, there is our Ohioan. Why can't I remember his last name? His bib number was 135. I can remember his bib number.
Looks like we're gonna
Orwin,
get a little
Mr.
follow
Walter
cam.
Orwin. Oh, and here we go. Jamil, someone in the chat earlier asked Jamil how his hard rock training is going, and you're actually getting a first-person perspective of Jamil's hard rock training because we are currently witnessing it. He is getting his training in today while follow camming his brother, Nick Curry, who is absolutely crushing as he is on his way to a massive 100-mile personal best.
Indeed he is. That was great follow cam footage there from Jamil. Following Nick. Of course, we've got Angie coming through. Second place female, I believe. Stopping at the crew table. Again, we've got a live look trackside as the race to 100 miles heats up. We've got Nick Curry closing the gap on Jacob Moss. But will there be enough time? That is the big question as Jacob Moss inches closer to mile 90. He's at 89.8. Gives him a predicted 13-hour, 12-minute, 100-mile split. And there he is on your screen right there. Big smile on his face. Looking smooth. And of course, on the hunt, right behind him is Nick Curry.
Nick is looking super smooth. He looks like a man possessed right now.
Well, if he doesn't run 2 minutes faster, I'm gonna have to put a handful of electrolytes in my mouth. So maybe he can pick up pace. Of course, I'm kidding. He is crushing a 13:27 predicted 100-mile time right now.
Yeah,
and again,
I mean,
stopping at the table. Bottle drop.
You only need 1 minute and 40 seconds, Rob.
As we go back again, if you are just joining us, Taggart did drop earlier today at 61 miles, just over 61 miles. So we're currently watching the race to 100 miles. And it's really the race for to 100 miles on both sides. It's not just Moss versus Curry. It is Lee Jackson versus Angie Darbison. They are both about a little over 2 miles apart, with Lee Jackson holding a strong lead. Lee's predicted 24-hour finish time would be 156.8 miles at this current, based on an average pace. So that would be incredible if she managed to hold that. Here we go. We're in this zone I was talking about, Matt. Jacob Moss is at. He's got less than 10 miles to go now to 100. And I said we're gonna hit this 10-mile left zone, and we're going to see things start to heat up. So as we are about a mile and a half away from Nick hitting that zone, I'm super curious to see what Nick does with his pace. We'll go back to our trackside view.
We could call this, Rob, the cranberry cam. We've got the cranberry cam.
We do have the
right
cranberry
here.
cam.
I don't know what anyone else could want in their life.
The cran cam?
The cran cam. The cranberry cam here at the Curry Corner. There is Miss Lee Jackson in the mint blue or Aravaipa teal shirt, depending on which way you want to spin the narrative of her shirt color, who just passed through your screen. She is your women's race leader for the Saturday 24-hour event.
Friend Jake Jackson coming through. And here is second place female Angie Darbison in the orange singlet. And again, in just a few moments, we will see. There's a bottle toss from Nick Curry to
who
Jamil,
has
and there's
made up
Jacob
another
Moss.
lap on Mr. Jacob Moss. The cran cam in the Curry Corner as we enter the Curry zone.
Yeah, and Tracy Outlaw does make an incredible point that Marissa is still on world record pace, and we will be back for the final miles of the race tomorrow morning to close out the 24 and 48 hours. We'll be back tomorrow at... We'll have to confirm the time, but it'll be before 9 a.m. Central.
Yeah, so we'll probably be back on air around 7:30-ish, 8-ish Central Time. We will make sure that we confirm that time before we leave the air tonight. What's the history on Jacob Moss? Never heard of him before. Yeah, so Jacob Moss has primarily done a lot of racing in the Southeast. So he is a South Carolina native who has done events like the South Carolina Ultra Running Festival, also known as the SCURF, where he ran the 24-hour, 135 miles. But the kind of big thing for him was last November at the Stingers All-Comer Track Race in Locust Grove, Georgia. He ran 159 miles for 24 hours, and I believe that is how he earned himself a spot on the U.S. 24-hour team. So he's only 27. He has only been running ultras for a few years now and has primarily done fixed time stuff. So I mean, he's done events like the Hellhole 100K, which he won last May, which is a tough 100K out in South Carolina, and he's done some sub-ultra distanced stuff, but he's mostly a fixed time guy. He's also come out to Desert Solstice back in 2019, which is an Aravaipa-owned race here in the desert. It's one of the premier track events here in the U.S. But yeah, his Stinger performance, as Jamil says in the chat, was his big breakthrough.
Absolutely, and if you hadn't heard his name before today, it's certainly a name you will be sure to hear in the future because he has a bright ultra running future ahead of him. Yeah, so Nick now a predicted finishing time of 13:27.26 at 89.2 miles. Jacob Moss at 90.93. And then on the women's side, Lee Jackson is got a projected 24-hour finish time of just under 157 miles. That would put her at a 15 hour, 17 minute, 100 mile split. Incredible. And again, we are on the trackside cam near the crew tables. And I believe there was 2 minutes ago, that's right, 2 minutes ago, there was a cone placement, which means switching directions. As we just saw Lee Jackson go the other way past our cameras, so the runners are, as you see, yep, here they come now running clockwise again, because every 4 hours they change directions. Started in the classic counterclockwise direction on the track. There's Jacob Moss on your screen. And here they are again for the second time running in the clockwise direction. I still haven't gotten used to, Matt, watching runners go around the track clockwise.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little different, something you got to get used to.
You'd probably know this. What's the history on counterclockwise? Why? They just pick a direction. That's the way it's always been?
Yeah.
Well, there you have it. Thank you for that groundbreaking intel, Matt.
You're welcome, Rob.
So Marissa Lysak still on world record pace for 48 hours. Again, we will tune in tomorrow morning for probably about 90 minutes of coverage to wrap up the big show here at 6 days in the Dome.
and we are now going to have to come up with a new name for this trackside cam now that the direction has changed, because it can no longer be the cran cam. As we see Nick Curry coming through, looking really strong still. Let's go ahead and take a look at what some of his last lap splits have been. Yeah, and so he's starting to slow a little bit. His last 3 laps have been 2:11, 2:13, and 2:16. And what is Jacob Moss running right now? 2:17, 2:14, 2:20. So he's still gaining on Jacob Moss, but I don't think it's going to be at the rate he needs to gain on him at to be the first individual to cross the 100-mile barrier here at 6 Days in the Dome.
There's Nick Curry running up the screen now in the black shorts and the white Nikes. And then in the blue singlet, that is your women's overall, the women's race leader, for the 24-hour distance, Lee Jackson. Followed not too far behind by Jacob Moss, your men's 24-hour and overall 24-hour leader. Yeah, so currently Nick Curry is still 6 laps behind. And he's running out of room to close that gap. But what he is not running out of room of is that he is clearly on pace to go sub 13:30, which would be a monster personal best.
But the question is, Rob, is he going to go under 13:26? Because if not, you have a mouthful of electrolyte tablets that you will be downing, which doesn't actually sound like a bad thing.
I'm actually looking forward to it because I could use replenishment. My leg is cramping, and they're quite tasty.
Yeah, I haven't had any calf cramps or anything like that here as I bring the viewers some live coverage of the 6 Days in the Dome event, and that is because we've had support from our presenting sponsor, SaltStick. So these wonderful SaltStick fast chews have been amazing and are keeping my calves from cramping up here behind the desk.
That is true. And JC in the chat is saying we call it the Jam Cam. Well, the Jam Cam is already a thing of Cocodona fame. That is what we called it when we had Jamil filming his race out on course and pulled it in during the live stream. So it is always perpetually the Jam Cam, but if we can always find some more sizzle to it, we will certainly add it. But yeah, so you're right, JC. It always does default to the Jam Cam. So
Earlier, it could have been the Jam Cran Cam.
It could. There we go. Well, it's still being shot from the table that is covered in cranberry juice for our second place, Nick Curry, who is actually coming by your screen right now.
And here you see Miss Lee Jackson, and there is Mr. Jacob Moss.
I can almost like at this level too. I could like trackside when the runners come by, and especially having the context of like how far all of them have gone, all of them on the track. Like you could feel that moment. You know that moment you're running and you're just locked into the zone.
Yeah.
And you're just in it. And you're like, all right, I'm in this special place. I'm just gonna keep going for his hours. I can feel it.
You know, there is actually a, it reminds me of the Turkish whirling dervishes, where they do, like, transcendent dances that are very rotational, and they get into this state of flow,
Yeah.
this state of zen. You know, as an exercise science major in undergraduate school, Rob, I had to take a technique and theory of dance class,
I could tell.
where I learned all about the dance history of the whirling dervishes.
Matt, you're just full of fun facts about yourself. I'll never get bored of that.
Well, I'm mostly just full of random, useless facts, but they've gotten me this far in life, Rob. So I think they're all right. Oh,
And it
we're gonna
looks
have
like we might have a bottle handoff. That's Jamil.
now. Let's really study the
The red
technique.
jacket.
Let's see if we can give Jamil any feedback to improve here.
No, he's got it down. Look, he's got the handle to the outside. Grabs it,
Oh, that
slides
was
it right on.
fairly smooth. Fairly smooth. You know, I bet they practiced.
Yeah. That was dialed.
That was very dialed.
So I'm curious for self assessment of a 9 out of 10. I love it.
Hey, Jamil, have you watched the tape back? I don't know if I'd go quite as high as 9. There was some slight shakiness when Nick grabbed the bottle. I don't know if that impacted the beverage inside. I might give you like a 7.73 out of 10. I think that once you watch the tape back, you will probably agree with me, but I respect the confidence. You know, the delay is about 15 seconds, LOL.
He must have seen the tape. So I'm curious what the rest of our
Can we get a
viewers-
fan vote on what they would give him out of 10?
Yeah, I would like to see a few things from the fans in here in the chat. Rate that bottle handoff from on a scale of 0 to 10. And more importantly, what will be Jacob Moss and Nick Curry's 100-mile times, respectively? Put those in the chat. I'm curious what everyone in the chat room thinks about the 100-mile split times for Jacob Moss and Nick Curry. Curious, and we will cycle through those, and then of course we'll have more questions to poll y'all on, so we can talk about the women's side, because there's some. Is there? I believe the gap is still about 2.25 miles between Lee Jackson and Angie Darvison.
Man, according to the live chat, I'm a tough critic because everyone is giving Jamil a lot more credit than I was on that handoff. You know, they must.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with Adam on that 8.5. But I don't think a 9 was out of question.
No, I had him at a 7.73.
I'm seeing
So-
a lot of solid 9s on here, so I think
I
we're
don't
just going
know.
to stick it with the 9.
I don't know. I think you know what they call that in the NBA, Rob? I think they call that superstar treatment.
No, I'm literally taking the numbers that
No,
are here.
I know. I'm saying because Jamil's superstar. He's basically like Devin Booker of the Phoenix Suns. He's over here getting the high numbers. But maybe I should bump him up a little bit, given the fact that he is doing 7 jobs at once. So maybe he deserves like a 7.76 instead of a 7.73. I'll give him that.
Yeah, and I'm curious. I'd love to see some other predictions based on times here come through. We do have a question from Dominic Laro about Jake Jackson. So Jake put in a strong day yesterday. Jake is, of course, running the 48-hour. We'll see if we can actually pull him up on our...
Adam in the chat. Devin, how long does he take to run 100 miles? I don't know, Adam, but all I got to say is Suns in 4. Who am I pulling up in the chat? I'm pulling up Jake Jackson.
The man.
The man himself. It looks like Jake Jackson has run 242.76 kilometers. How about this, Rob?
Did you just give me a kilometer?
Yeah.
I want to see the miles.
It does. This doesn't show in miles. You have all the miles stuff over there on the computer. I've got everything in kilometers. Do you want me to convert that?
That explains why you've been going with the Ks the whole time. I thought that was just a track thing for you. Yeah, so Jake Jackson is been holding pretty strong in the 48 hours. He is currently got 151 miles flat, even, under his belt. Predicted distance, he's going to probably close in close to.
Rob, I think we should do a little giveaway.
Hit me with it.
So I think that we should request the viewers to predict Nick Curry's 100-mile time.
Okay.
Whoever is the closest to the second will win an Aravaipa Running swag pack that we will get your information. You will have to reach out to us via email so that we can get your name and sizing and shipping address and stuff like that. But why don't you all drop your prediction in the chat for Nick Curry's finish time for 100 miles to the second, okay? And whoever is the closest.
We've got to have a cutoff to when those can come in, because somebody can wait till the 99th mile to make that prediction.
No, we're giving you 10 minutes. You have until 7:25 Phoenix time, which is 9:25 Central time there at the Dome, to get your predictions in. So let's get them flowing. What is your prediction, Rob?
13:25:58.
Okay, I'm gonna go 13:26:47.
Okay.
Let's write these down so that you don't cheat.
Yeah, so we would love to see your predictions. What will Nick Curry finish? What will his new 100-mile PR be? And Jazzaroo in the chat, you betcha. We did get our Freak Brothers pizza. I ate an entire pie of the vegan buffalo chicken, and it was just as delicious as anticipated. Matt, we are closing in on our final hour of coverage here. Our 14 hours of coverage today.
So this is like the golden hour.
This is our golden hour, yeah.
Yeah.
It did feel like a breeze compared to day one of Cocodona. So Matt is actually tallying or writing down all of your predictions, and we will mail a little swag pack to the whoever is closest. So we have about 6 minutes left to make those predictions. And again, if you enjoy this coverage, please consider hitting that subscribe button for Steep Life Media. Hit that thumbs up. Share the stream. We will be back in the morning with the final miles of the 48-hour and 24-hour event. But again, we can't do it without our viewers. So thank you again for all of those who have subscribed already to the YouTube channel. But yeah, hit that like button as well. It definitely helps. And we do have a lot of 1330 pluses in there. And that right there in the black shorts, orange shoes is Jacob Moss. And there is Jake Jackson in the blue shirt. And here come all the predictions coming in. Love to see it. Keep them coming. I know we've got about 75 of you watching. I wouldn't mind seeing 75 predictions. Believe there's another handoff coming, Matt. Get ready to rate this one. Matt. Oh! He was flexing there. I think I'm going to have to give him only an 8 on that one. I think he got a little too confident.
I liked it.
But he was rocking the Run TVE classic design there, so maybe a bonus point to bring it back to a 9 for a tie.
And if you're interested in any of that merch, the link to shop that collection
JC giving him another 10.
is in the description below, and 50% of the proceeds are going to the man himself, Taggart VanEtten. So definitely check out that collection. We've got the Run TVE shirt that you saw Jamil in just moments ago, and a number of other merch options. So definitely check that line out. Again, SaltStick is Taggart's only sponsor as of right now. So shout out to our sponsor of the live stream here, SaltStick, for believing in Taggart. But yeah, he has no footwear sponsor. So definitely go and check out that merch collection if you are interested in helping support the cause. I like how his celebration is just #RunTVE.
Well, he was
rocking the shirt, you know.
I gotta get myself one of those ones. It's a performance wicking one.
Yeah. Well, and it's the classic
color,
Run
colorway.
DMC red colorway.
Jem Rooney giving him a 10 out of 10 for the no look.
And we have 2 minutes to get these predictions in. So again, if you missed it earlier, you have 2 minutes to get in your prediction for Nick Curry's 100-mile finish time to the second. Whoever has it the closest will win an Aravaipa Running swag pack.
So they've seemed to got a good system down there. It's a grab the bottle for a lap, toss it on the way back around, keep trucking along. Jaeger has been on his phone most of the time.
Yeah, I wonder if he's tuned into the live stream.
I think he might be. Maybe he's FaceTiming with his family. I will give a 10 on that on the catch for the bottle. You might have missed it, Matt, but it was pretty solid.
Yeah, well, I mean, it helps to have a good pass. You know, I mean, Nick was like Tom Brady out there.
Switch over for a sec, and there's Nick Curry coming up on the screen. Still holding strong. Currently at 92.3 miles, predicted a 13:27.
If you have not gotten your prediction in for Nick Curry's finish time, I'm going to give you about 15 seconds to do so. So get those picks right meow, or we're going to close down the prediction contest, and we will announce a winner as soon as Nick crosses. Well, not as soon as he does. We'll probably celebrate a little bit first because he ran a huge PR. But we will announce the winner before we go off air tonight. And then we will also give whoever that winner is instructions so that we can get that stuff out. And Brian Sands in the chat. Shout out to you, Brian and JC. And that is going to be it. JC, actually, we need it to the second. So go ahead and throw me 13:27 to the seconds if you can. And that will be the last prediction that is accepted into this contest.
Tell you what, Matt, with all this talk of your EIU flag, I think we might need to get an ASU flag in here if Nick nails a sub 13:30 PR.
I think we should get Aravaipa flags made.
Ooh, that's actually a fantastic idea. You should be the marketing director or something.
Just kind of the ideas guy, you know? Just an ideas guy over here.
That's actually a great idea. Go classic Oxford-style banners.
Exactly. You see, you know what's up.
We'll head back over to the trackside view. Shout out to Jake Jackson and his friends and family who are watching. Big runner from Loma Linda, California.
The blue belt. Isn't that what you said?
Blue zone.
Yeah, the blue belt.
right, Matt. We are just getting closer and closer to that 100-mile mark. At last check, Jacob Moss is at mile 94.2. Nick Curry is about to close in on mile 93. And there's Jacob Moss again in the orange shoes just passing by. Matt is dutifully making sure all of your times, your predictions are put on the record so we can quickly
in order so that we can fully identify who the rightful winner of this contest is.
You might have the messiest handwriting I've ever seen, but as long as you can read it, that's all that matters.
You're right, Rob. That is all that matters. Thank you for
That's
noticing
actually
that.
quite impressive. You get that iPad going on there.
Yeah, I mean the notes in the iPad can just circle and move stuff around. It's pretty amazing. Awesome. Thank you, JC 132700 to the second. So shout out to you, JC, for getting me that information.
Davey Crockett makes a pretty good point. Based on the length of the track, a full lap would bring them at over 100 miles exactly. So that .0247, I mean, that'll add a few more seconds for sure. But I was going more off of feel than to factor in down to the meter. But yes, that is nonetheless a great point from David Crockett. Again, we are just waiting for that 100-mile mark to hit. Working out some splits. It looks like if Jacob Moss maintains his current pace, yeah, I'm not even going to try to do the math, Matt. I'm going to defer that to you once you're done what you're doing.
What's that?
Based on current pace for Jacob Moss, who's at 94.78 miles.
Based on his current pace, how long till he hits 100?
Yeah, I just realized there's a much easier way to do that. We're about a half hour away from seeing. About 40 minutes away, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, what is the
13:14.
what is the current time?
7:34 local to us, so
Yeah,
9:34 p.m.
About
so
40 to 45 minutes.
yeah. which actually works out quite perfectly on our scheduling here for the stream. So definitely grateful that worked out. So we should have an answer within the next 40 to 45 minutes on who will be the first to 100. All signs right now do point to Jacob Moss, but the other question is, that aside, will Nick Curry go sub 13:26? As he currently hovers at 13:26 and 49 seconds for 100 miles. And again, will Lee Jackson continue to stretch out her lead over Angie Darbison? She is at 82 miles. Lee is at 82.1 miles, putting a roughly 3.5 mile gap now on Angie. So that has grown over the last hour from 2.2 to about 3.5 miles. Lee is also on record pace for 24 hours. Excuse me.
And look at Jamil. He has the Jam Cran Cam set back up for us. I'm just noticing that because I am currently trying to organize all of these predictions in a way that we will be able to quickly identify a contest winner. So I apologize that I am just now noticing the Jam Cram Can. The Jam Cran Cam. But we are again taking a look at live coverage from the Pettit Center in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, as we are bringing you live coverage of 6 days in the Dome, and that coverage is courtesy of the wonderful, wonderful people at SaltStick. And I believe I have the predictions organized by time. So now all I have to do is make sure that this iPad does not die in the next 45 minutes.
Are you charged?
I am going to go and place this iPad on charge for the time being, so we will not be able to pull anything up onto the stream via the iPad
Wild idea.
right now.
Why don't you just also send it to yourself?
Oh, I can access it on the phone, too. I'm still going to go plug this in.
All right, so we are every lap 443 meters closer to the big 100-mile question. or the answer to the big 100-mile question. As Jacob Moss continues to hold a solid lead, he's got 4.5 miles, just over 4.5 miles now to go to that 100-mile mark. And keep in mind, Jacob is planning to run the full 24 hours, so it'll be quite interesting to see what he does overnight. So when we come back in the morning to wrap up the coverage, we will be able to update you with where he's at and how far and how close he's come to not only probably a personal best, but potentially a record. Head back trackside now. In the yellow singlet, that is Marissa Lysak, who, speaking of coming back tomorrow morning, it'll be interesting to see where she falls. She could potentially be nabbing a world record for the 48-hour fixed time event. So yes, in case you've missed it before, there is a timing mat at 100 miles flat. So there can be a proper certified 100-mile record or PB, wherever that falls for each runner. So that's great to know. There's Lee Jackson coming through on your screen. Again, followed by Nick Curry himself, bib 122. Sounds like Sarah in the chat pretty much canceled her plans for the day. Question is, if this was a work day, a standard work day, like a standard work week, as we saw with Cocodona, would Sarah, would you have missed work for this?
Or would you have tuned in while at work?
Yes, and risked it all, as we've seen
Would
so
you
many
have
people
risked
try.
it to get the biscuit, as they say?
Sarah is an elementary school teacher, so she would very unlikely be able to watch it unless, I would assume it is summer vacation, so it might have been ideal timing.
Or maybe if Mr. TV himself were still running, because then you could justify it in school, right?
Yeah.
Like, oh, we are
You could probably
watching
put that
another
part of-
elementary school teacher, and we are showcasing his fortitude.
Yeah.
To our students.
It'd be a good part of the you could add that to the curriculum. And Davy Crockett has a great point as Nick Curry passes our screen there in the black shorts, no shirt,
Nick.
white shoes. He It does look like he can break 13:25 if he keeps pouring it on. And you know what, Davey? That's exactly my thoughts. Believe I called that shot internally in a group chat about 3 or 4 hours ago, and I feel like completely validated that the Davey Crockett feels the same way, or at least is unbiased calling it the same way based on the actual data that we're looking at.
Yeah. No, I mean, I fully trust that Nick has the capability to bring it home. I don't know that he is going to catch Jacob Moss. It looks like that might not happen. However, 13:25 or bust may certainly be on the table. What is his current race time? Is at, 12 hours 45? So he would need to run 40 minutes for his last, basically, 5.25 miles. I mean, it'll be close. I will say that.
Yeah,
I will
I'd wonder,
say that.
Does he have a hidden gear? He'll just turn it on as if he just woke up and he's going to run an 8K for breakfast kind of thing, or for dinner at this point.
Jamil was saying he had a bathroom break at lap 342, so he should be able to bring it all the way to the finish.
Yeah, exactly right. Jazaroo, the temperature in the arena is it's in the low 50s. Again, ideal conditions for speedy times. Lower humidity, around 30 to 35% humidity, and temperatures in the low to mid 50s. There's 2 ice rinks in there. Jim.
Jem, mate, I'm not liking your prediction, to be honest, but
What was his full prediction?
I believe Jem said 13:29. Let me give Jem the benefit of the doubt here and go back and find his specific time. 13:28:59. Nah, not a chance, Jem. He's crushing way too hard right now. So I think it's gonna be somewhere closer to the 13:25 to 13:26 range. But who knows? I mean, there's still some good running left. So anything can happen between now and the finish here. So again, we are 12 hours and 48 minutes into our live coverage here at 6 Days in the Dome. And that coverage is brought to you by SaltStick. If you've never used SaltStick, I definitely recommend you try them out. Use the code WorldRecord at saltstick.com for 20% off. They they helped make this stream possible. So definitely go and give them your support if you can.
And that is Bill Schultz there in the blue jacket near the crew table. A legend in the sport of ultra running. And again, there on your screen, running in lane 2 is Nick Curry, followed by Lee Jackson in the blue singlet.
Sarah in the chat, what is SaltStick? So SaltStick is an electrolyte manufacturer. They are one of the only electrolyte manufacturers that specifically designs their formula to replace the specific electrolytes that you lose while sweating. So their product is designed to help avoid muscle cramps, help improve performance, and and because their ingredients are basically more cleanly sourced, these electrolytes are meant to are designed with the intent of not causing you any sort of GI distress or stomach issues.
Yeah.
So,
and I might be eating 7 in a row if Nick doesn't run 13.
7 not in a row, 7 at one time.
At once.
So yeah, that is what SaltStick is, Miss Sarah. And again, we're so happy that they were willing to support the coverage, and we're excited to support the coverage, and are willing to offer our viewers a promo code. Again, you can use World Record at checkout for 20% off, thanks to our good friends at SaltStick.
That's absolutely right. Taggart's only sponsor. All right.
There you see Nick Curry out in lane 2.
Yeah, we're closing in, Matt. We are. Got Jacob Moss closing in at 96.5. Curry at 90.
So we are
Wait a
under
second.
5 miles to go.
I'm just waiting for this to update because it looks like Nick is now less than a mile back. He's 0.8 back.
Mm-hmm.
Am I seeing that correctly?
Yeah. Which, I mean, would fall in line
Significantly
with
close the
my
gap.
prediction.
He's 3 laps back.
And what was my prediction, Rob?
2 laps.
Okay, I was just checking. I wasn't sure if you remembered.
Oh, I remembered. I think it's accurate. I'd like to see it be 0, but 2 is an accurate.
I want them to catch each other with a few laps to go, or I want Nick to catch Jacob with a few laps to go and just duke it out to the finish. May the best man win.
It's probably like what I felt like when I couldn't catch you last weekend at Big Pun. Except he'll probably catch him.
Oh, yeah, I mean, he has a chance at catching him. You had none.
And right now, according to the counter, he is now in that 2-lap realm, Matt. Nick has climbed his way back to now a 2-lap deficit. Not even back, because he was Jacob Moss always had that lead, but he has chipped away and making that gap. I think we started about a dozen laps ahead, stuck at 10 for a while, then we went down to 9 for a couple hours, 8, and here we are yo-yoing back between 2 and 3 laps. It just ticked back to 3, so about 2.5, a little more than 2.5 laps behind Jacob Moss. So we'll see what Nick Curry can do, as there are just a few miles left to work with, because Jacob Moss is 96.71 miles into his race, which started at 9 a.m. Central Time this morning, and it is
Yeah, and
currently
Rob, I
9:55 p.m. Central.
believe a big reason for that gap shrinking, Jacob Moss's last lap was 7 minutes and 17 seconds.
No,
so
that
I
can't be
believe
right.
that there was a
Potentially a bathroom break?
It seems like there was a bathroom break.
Okay.
I mean, Nick is starting to crank back down into the 202 to 205 range per lap once again. And there is Jacob Moss, and he is still moving pretty good. Again, he's as the race has progressed, he's still maintaining pretty good form. You can tell his legs are getting a little bit tighter, but he's still holding in there strong. There is the man, Nick Curry. What a throw.
Solid bottle toss.
A little Kyler Murray action right there.
Who?
Jamil, being the old man out of the two, looked a lot like Larry Fitzgerald there.
Matt, you've got no shortage of sports analogies.
Well, I mean, Rob, I just come chock full of useless analogies. It doesn't even just have to be sports. I can educate you on the whirling
I've
dervishes.
made zero. That is true. I forgot about that one. I've made zero skating analogies at this point, so there are a couple miles left for that to come out.
Yeah, so I think there was a bathroom break there because Jacob Moss's last lap, so the one since then, was 2 minutes and 20 seconds. So he's right back basically to the pace that he was at prior to that lap. However, Nick Curry's last lap was a 2:05. So he's still making up about 15 seconds per lap. I don't know that that's going to be enough, though, with with just a few laps left.
That is true.
You know, if there's a little over 3.5 laps per mile on this track, they only have, 12 to 15 laps left, if I'm doing my math appropriately, before they hit the 100-mile mark. Obviously, Jacob's plan is to continue going forward, and
Nick is cruising, though. He looks like he's just out for a neighborhood run.
well, I mean, it kind of is.
Like, yeah, Nick's last lap was 1:55.
Yeah, I mean, Nick's last lap was about 23 seconds faster than Jacob's last lap. It is, it's something that's doable, but it's still going to be hard. It's a lot of room to make up.
Man, I don't know.
What are they at? I mean, he's closer than I expected if that is updated there. So the tracker, it looks like, is showing about a half-mile difference. A little over a half-mile.
Just over a half-mile.
With what? 5K to go, basically?
Yeah.
Well, less than 5K.
Less than 5K.
Because Jacob is the deciding factor there. So 2.74 miles.
Dude, it's a nail biter now.
I don't know.
Let's really quick. Do you have that view up on your
What view are you wanting?
the comparison of the
splits?
Yeah, pull up
Lap
the
time?
splits for Nick and Jacob respectively.
Yeah, I got Nick right here.
So
I'm not plugged in. Sorry. There, I should be good now.
take a look at Nick's.
He ran a 156 last lap. Prior to that, it was 205 and 206.
Yeah, and take a look at
Jacob's last lap, so it's 156 versus a 219, so that is 23 seconds.
real quick. Go back to Nick's, and I want to show our viewers. Look at the bar graph above all the numbers that Matt's scrolling through. Go to the far right. You can see that bar is now trending quite upward because he is laying the hammer down for these final laps around the track.
He just dropped a 144.
Oh my word. He is after it.
I mean, what pace is that? Let me just quickly do some rough math.
A 140.
That is roughly like 621, 622 pace to close down a 100-miler. I'm
getting 617 pace.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he might catch him. I mean, that lap right there probably made up 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's huge.
And if he needs to make up, say, a lap and a half or a little bit more, I mean, that is basically 2.5 minutes that he needs to make up. Jem, I'm withdrawing my guess. Jem, thank you for playing still. Nothing but love to everyone over in the great country of Australia. But, yeah, your guess was it was just a little bit off. It's okay. You just have to have more faith in the one and only Nick Curry. As you see Jacob Moss now passing by the camera. Again, Jacob is going for 24 hours, so I do want to put that into perspective.
Looks like
he is
Jacob
absolutely crushing it,
Yeah.
and he's going to continue on for another 10 hours.
I mean, Jacob's performance today has been unreal. It looks like he's settled into a bit of like his 24-hour pace. I would wonder if his plan was to run a hard 100 and then kind of settle into a pace for that back, I don't want to say back half. It'll be less than half of the overall allotted time, but that back 40% or so of the race.
Yeah.
Could be. Try to get more intel on that later. But, again, Nick Curry's last lap pace was a 144, and this is him coming through momentarily. There he is right there, black short. He's cruising now. Every lap is getting faster.
Could Jamil right now in the attire he has keep up?
The jeans might be tough.
I know. It limits the knee drive.
It does. I mean, you're gonna need a full stride to keep that pace. Yeah, Jem, this is what Nick does. He drops the hammer, runs his own race, runs a focused race. He's got it dialed in.
And we have people just withdrawing their predictions in the chat.
It's not like we take things from you if you're wrong. It's
Man,
okay that you
Nick,
could be wrong.
Nick is even making the fans quit during a prediction contest right now. That's how hard he's dropping the hammer.
Oh, man.
Again, there you see Jacob Moss.
I mean, he's pushing because I don't think he wants to get caught. He's well aware of what Nick is doing. And here is Nick. At this point, Nick is a lap back. He is one lap back.
So once he passes him, he will be on the same lap. Just behind him.
Yeah. Depending on where they are on the track.
But I'm saying, like, once he passes him, he will be 442 meters behind. Wait, was that can you go back to that last cam? Is that yeah, there is Jacob Moss on the table. Right there.
That is. And there's Nick Curry. And again, it looks like he's having issues with that right leg.
Yep, that right hip. And again, you pointed it out first, Rob, that you were noticing a little outward motion. And so hopefully it's just tightness again.
And again, he's got
this kind of race on a track. It can take its toll on your body. And I don't know the specific dimensions of this track, but to me it looks like the straightaways are pretty long. So you're not getting a ton of additional forgiveness on the turns. So it's 443 meters, so it's bigger than an outdoor track. But I wonder if the turn radius is somewhat similar. As we see Nick Curry cranking it home. He is going to bring home an insane PR. And if you just go based off of certified courses, Rob, he is going to have a PR that is close to an hour. An hour PR
certified.
improvement on certified courses. Again, that came at Desert Solstice in the middle of the 24-hour race.
Yeah, let's here he is right there coming through.
And he is going to be taking the lead here very shortly. As there you see Jacob Moss getting some work done. It looks like they are working on his lower leg. And so hopefully he's okay. Again, sometimes these turns, and there you see it, Nick Curry is officially in the lead, I believe, of the 24-hour race, day number 2, as he has overtaken Mr. Jacob Moss, who, again, Jacob is going for the full 24 hours.
2 laps ahead. Yeah, so Jacob's been want to put in such an inspiring performance, though. I want to point out he's been clockwork all day. And his plan coming into this race is to run the full 24 hours. So what a monster of a time that he's put in so far. 97.8 miles. Again, there in the red jacket is Nick's older brother Jamil getting ready to do it looks like it's a
it looks like it's his tank.
Yeah, singlet handoff.
Well, you got to get the Aravaipa Running logo in all the finish line shots. So I love the brand placement here as he comes to the line. I believe it's also a Rabbit Easy Tee. So I don't know if that is a sponsorship or not, but I do believe that is a Rabbit tee that is printed on.
There he goes, Nick Curry grabbing the singlet, and he's off.
And there on your screen is Marissa Lizak, the current women's 48-hour leader, right there. And Nick
Looks
Curry.
like Lee Jackson is now walking for the first time since we.
Well, the first time I've seen her.
Yeah.
You know, and she has been looking strong all day.
Again, she is out for the 24. So
she is out for the 24, and there
Jacob
you see
Moss
Jacob Moss
is back.
And again, I think it's something that he's probably going to work through over the next 10 hours or so. But I think it was smart of him this early in the race. I mean, he's just around the halfway point for him to get a little bit of massage and some PT work in there while he can. But it is we are now tuned in to the Nick Curry show, ladies and gentlemen. Younger brother of Aravaipa's own Jamil Curry, who is there crewing him. He's our lone videographer on the ground. He's our camera person. What else is he doing? He's doing it all out there. He's telling us jokes.
Of course, crewing.
He's hopping in the live chat. Yeah, I mean, he's...
Nick is predicted to run a 13:23 right now. I just want to put that out.
Yeah, well, I think that someone else in the chat already said this, but I think
13:22.
Well, I think that the winner is going to be Lori. I apologize, Lori, who predicted 13:22:22. I believe was her prediction. So I think that she is the likely winner of our contest, but we need to see it through to the finish. You know, Rob?
Absolutely. Again, Jacob Moss plugging along. Their black shorts. The neon waistband.
And so we are slowly approaching a mile to go. As Nick Curry is your current race leader in the 24-hour race. Again, he's going to be calling it a day at 100 miles here, which we will be getting to quite quickly. And now it's going to be a little harder to identify Nick because now he's put a singlet back on. And there you see Jacob Moss again, making his way around the track. He's putting up a heck of an effort right now, as he is going to be staying in and going for a big 24-hour performance. So again, Nick is currently leading the 24-hour race. However, he is calling it a day at 100 miles, whereas Jacob Moss is out here to put on a big 24-hour performance.
Just that's right, folks. We are closing in 98.92. 4 laps left for Nick Curry.
Is that what it says?
Well, it's quick math. We got about a little over a mile. These laps are a little more than a mile. So
they're a little more than a quarter.
Little more than a quarter mile, exactly. So I'm kind of
Guesstimating. I
Guesstimating
like that.
about
I'm all
4.
about the guesstimation. There is Nick Curry and Jacob Moss. Those are your number 1 and 2 runners in the men's 24-hour race right now. However, the real race leader is Mr. Jacob Moss, who is planning to continue on where Mr. Nick Curry is using this 100-miler as part of his training, and it's going to be moving forward. And we have right there, we have Lee Jackson, who I believe is still your women's race leader.
That is correct.
In the 24-hour.
Yeah, Lee is currently 85.42 miles into her day. She's predicted to throw down a 15:28 100-mile split. That's
Yeah.
ridiculous to say the least. That's insane.
Yeah, and we now have less than a mile to go for Nick Curry here. That means we have, 3 laps to go, correct, Rob?
That is correct.
And Dylan Harris in the chat. No, and thank you, Jamil, for already tagging in there. Now Taggart dropped out at about 100K. Was dealing with some cramping issues and just was trying to troubleshoot and wasn't able to find the solution to the problem. So he gave it a good go and just had to call it a day early. As there is Jacob Moss moving on, and we are closing in on a mere 2 laps remaining for Nick Curry, as he is going to have himself a massive 100-mile PR. Yeah, we have 2 laps remaining for Nick Curry based on our tracking. And so he is going to be the proud owner of a new 100-mile personal best here in a matter of minutes. They're telling you where to go, Jamil, so make sure you obey. Go the proper way around the cone. They're telling you where to go,
Wow, we're almost at that moment, Matt.
And I believe He has 1 lap remaining. And we are going to witness a major PR from the brother of Jamil Curry and Aravaipa's very own Mr. Nick Curry. He's going to have himself a heck of a PR. He has been absolutely blistering over the last few laps.
Insane. What will the final time be for Nick Curry's certified 100-mile PR?
And here he comes.
Here it is, folks.
Nick Curry bringing it home. A
Yes.
big PR there. What a run and what an
Wow.
effort by Nick.
13:21 and change. See if we can see a clock time on there. Yeah, so that first mat he looked at, I believe, was the 100-mile mat. So just over 13:21.
Wow.
That is an hour PB.
That is on certified course.
Yeah.
He did run 14:09 at
At
Javelina.
Javelina, of course, right.
So a cool 48 minutes.
127 final lap, dude.
And
How
you
you feeling?
heard Jamil just say. Let's listen in.
Better than I thought I would. I mean, not great, but that's expected. Like, not terrible at all. I held together.
Nice.
Ran faster than I expected.
Yeah, what did you have in mind?
So I think you put the fastest lap up.
I think so. Thanks.
13:20:57.
Awesome. Yeah, my A race was 13:30.
Hold on.
I wanted to run the first half moderate and then pick it up. And
Why is this not?
Let me get closer. So he's going to focus on him.
Yeah, although I'm only doing 100, so it's kind of not fair to compare it to 24.
This doesn't matter with battery. Hold on.
Oh!
It'll come back on, I think.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, thanks everyone for being out here.
People are getting
Oh, here we go. Let me
a
go.
behind-the-scenes look here.
I believe that's a
obviously the time is so
13:20:57.
incredible. Like the logistics
Got
are
it.
so easy. I could have used in this effort 5 to 10 degrees colder. Yeah, Jacob, keep it up. Like probably 5 degrees colder would have been perfect for if this effort. Most people, it's perfect. Like half the race, I was thinking, is there one we can do in Arizona that's indoors? Like, yeah, I'm like, this is what Desert Solstice needs because you get that afternoon heat that wakes people, and you don't have that here, and it's awesome.
Humidity too.
The track is interesting. It's like the perfect road is the best way I could describe it. Meaning like it's hard, but it's grippy and smooth as can be. So like it doesn't quite feel like a track because it doesn't have that spring and bounce we normally get. So it's a little bit like these shoes are perfect because they're so cushioned. I think if you put a lower cushion shoe on, you'd feel a little beat up on it.
Everything went smooth.
Yeah, like I had a hip issue from May from Alexander County 24, and it was bugging me the first half, but I just kept working through it, and it didn't give me any problems the second half. So that's I was worried about that when I was trying to pick it up, and I think it kind of just went away. So
Good.
Super happy about that.
You went down to the low twos.
Yeah. I tried to crank it down there. I'm like, we'll see what I can do.
Yeah.
And I didn't quite have that for the last 25. But I had it for some of it.
Well, you certainly had it on the last lap.
Yeah. I mean, the last 4, well, it helped that Jacob went to medical twice.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
at first, I didn't think I'd catch him, and then I'm like, I'll go for it. I'll see what I have left, and it's kind of enough. So that was a satisfying end.
And there you have it. That's Nick Curry, who just ran his way to a personal best. I believe we just lost Jamil's audio there, but we had it the entire time before leading up to that. So you heard from Nick himself. He felt great. He said he could have gone faster if it was about 5 degrees cooler in there.
Yeah, I mean that was an impressive late run from Nick. Yeah, I don't have words. He just closed. What was his last lap?
That was Jacob also just coming through, by the way, hitting the 100-mile mark.
Oh,
so, yeah.
Awesome.
So his last lap was
13:24 for him.
Yeah, 13:24 for Jacob Moss. And it was a 13:20:57, I believe I heard Melton say.
It was impressive.
That is ridiculous.
That was impressive. 13:20:57. That's pretty crazy.
Incredible.
Yeah, and so before I forget, we do have a winner of our prediction contest, Rob.
Yes.
The winner is Lori Mazza. I apologize if I mispronounced that. Her prediction, 13:22:22. No one predicted below that.
Okay.
The next closest was 13:25:30.
Which was close to
it was close to what you said, but yeah, she was so far under, by far the closest. So Lori, if you can send me an email, it is matt@aravaiparunning.com. We will get you all taken care of. I will reach out to you probably on Monday. Just send me an email so I have your contact information, and we will make sure we get your sizing for any merchandise and your contact information, shipping, and all that stuff. So, again, shoot me an email, matt@aravaiparunning.com, and we'll get you all taken care of. And, again, congratulations for an incredible prediction. I wasn't expecting Nick to be able to close like that, and he absolutely crushed it. So shame on me for not having more faith in Mr. Nick Curry.
Well, Nick Curry certainly did what he does best.
Well, now,
Let's
Rob, the
close
question
strong.
is, since you have Coach Bitter, maybe I can hop on with Coach Curry.
No, it's too late. No, too late.
Who's my coach?
You have Taggart. You're going to be completely
Coach Tag,
fine.
okay. Coach V?
Yeah.
I was just saying.
You're
I
you're
thought I was
you're gonna
coachless
be
over
fine.
here.
So, yeah, we'll hang out for a few more minutes. We'll probably get ready to wrap up the coverage, and we'll be back in the morning at the Dome, where we will close out the 24 and 48-hour races. We'll see if Marissa Lizak stays strong on a world record pace. And we'll see if Olivia LeBlanc holds on to his pace. And I'd love to see where Jacob Moss is when we wake up in the morning.
Yeah.
Because he did post on his Instagram that he was going for a big, quote, big PB at the 24 hours in the Dome. So he's on his way. He's over the 100-mile mark.
Yeah, I mean he's got about 100K to go, I believe, for a PB, a little less than 100K.
Yeah.
I believe his 24-hour PB is 159 miles, if I'm not mistaken.
There's Jacob Jackson. And right on time, Matt. Look at that. We said we were going to be on the air till 8:30. It's 8:29.
It's like we're mad scientists or something,
It's like,
you know?
did you? I'd have to ask. Like, did you think that this would be the way
we'd close out the coverage watching a lightning fast personal best from the Nick Curry.
I thought that we were going to see a PB from Nick Curry, and that was going to how we were going to close out the coverage. I did think that. I didn't think he was going to close in whatever he just closed in. I mean, his last lap was something crazy.
I think he said. I think it was a 126 or something.
Yeah,
like that. That's insane. And that is the man right there on the right, Nick Curry, talking to Bill Schultz. He is soaking in a personal best in the 100-mile distance right now on a USATF certified course.
Tell Nick Jamil that he needs to get his hoodie on before he gets sick in that cold dome. You know, I know that Mama and Papa Curry are somewhere watching at home, and they would want me to relay that information that it's not good to stand around in the cold after you've been sweating for this long, you know?
He looks fresh enough to keep going for 24 hours. What do you think, Matt?
I feel like he always looks
You
fresh.
think we can coax him to continue on?
No. He's too analytical.
Yeah, so
Yeah, and Jem in the chat, Nick's racing resume over the last few years has been incredible. Yeah, Jem, you got that right. Nick has been on a tear as of late and is just absolutely crushing it.
So again, that is Nick Curry, who just finished with a 100-mile personal best. But of course, there are a few dozen runners still out there in the 48-hour and 24-hour distance at 6 days in the Dome. We will be back in the morning. At around 8 a.m. Central, I believe.
Yep.
We will confirm that on social media. So make sure you're following Steep Life Media at Steep Life Media on Instagram and Twitter and Facebook, because we will be sending out an update on there to confirm the exact time when we'll go back on the air tomorrow, because we want to grab the final miles of the 48-hour and 24-hour fixed time events, because we've got some amazing stories that are going to continue to unfold overnight while we catch some Z's. And we might even see an appearance again from Taggart. He said he was going to come back out and cheer on the runners in those distances. So yeah, as we prepare to close it out. We would like to again thank our sponsor SaltStick for supporting this coverage. And of course, all of our viewers, everyone in the chat, for sticking with us. A lot of familiar faces, a lot of familiar handles in there, I should say. And thank you to everybody that has subscribed. If you haven't yet subscribed to the Steep Life Media YouTube channel, please hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell, and like this video. It definitely helps us out. And with that said, I believe we're going to wrap things up here at, for the evening at least, at 6 days in the Dome. Matt, it's been a good one as we get the scene set here. trying to close out. It's been a long day. But we'll be back in the morning, folks. So just follow us at Steep Lap Media, and we will get you back to watch the final miles. That's 6 days in the Dome. Again, big kudos to Taggart VanEtten for giving the world record a go. He will be back to throw it down. But for now, our coverage presented by SaltStick is going to end for the evening. We will be back in the morning. So again, signing off, I am Rob Ricardo.
And I'm Matt Feldick. And that's going to do it for tonight. We'll see you in the morning.
Yeah. Have a great night, everybody.